I remember when I lost my mind. There was something so pleasant about that place. Even your emotions have an echo in so much space. And when you're out there without care, yeah, I was out of touch. But it wasn't because I didn't know enough. I just knew too much. Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly. Come on now, who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, bless your soul. You think you're in control. I think you're crazy. I think you're crazy. And I think you're crazy, just like me. Ever since I was little, it looked like fun. And it's no coincidence I've come. I can die when I'm done. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe you're crazy. Maybe we're crazy. Probably.
Hey y'all. Okay, so nobody liked the song. Hey Buzzatino, good to see you. Be charming, Savage. Also got Ian, Cheryl, Pat. Pam, Anthony. What Life? Be charming. Did I say be charming? Good to see all of y'all. There's a point to that song. Oh, goodness, Anne. Well, happy birthday to your twin grandchildren. That's cool. Wow, that was an amazing video you did earlier. That was really fun. Just like we were there. Glad you were doing all the walking, though. Goodness. I bet he walked 5 miles. Still waiting to hear what he got to eat. All the food looked amazing. Well, that's what we're going to talk about, Anthony. So, okay. This is in the definition of crazy that I found. An offensive and informal term for someone who is mentally unsound or acts in an irrational I keep reading my writing. Erratic or extremely unusual manner used to demean and stigmatize individuals with mental illness. So then I was like, okay, what do they consider to be mental illness? A condition that alters a person's behavior or thinking, especially in a way that has an undesirable impact on some aspect of their life. So the thing is that we keep seeing that all these people are mentally ill is what they are calling it. I want to know who is qualified to determine mental illness or insanity for that matter. Because anyone can go, hey, Prepper 101. I won't say insane. Anyone can go off on someone for misunderstanding what they mean or what they're saying. There's numerous things. Cindy, it's good to see you. Cindy sent me a video. I'm going to put the link in a little bit, but so actually today I found this quote. I can't remember where I saw it. I have been so busy. And it said, an illusion it will be so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. He stands alone. So, what does that sound like? All of us. We're starting to see through the BS. We're starting to see what's truly going on. So, yeah. So when someone has called me that, okay, in my community, locally, because I drive around with the radio blaring, singing at the top of my lungs, I'm okay with that. Good one, Bozzacino. I'm putting that. Someone else did it because, okay, even in this YouTube world, we have made bonds with people. when you make those bonds and you are used to talking to them every night, day, whatever it is, you grow closer. You form a friendship. Yes, it's possible. And so when they start missing, thank you, Miss Tina. I can't get it right now, but I'll look. So anyway, when something changes that, you're gonna miss it. You're gonna question what happened, and some of us will think that it's our fault, blame ourselves, and that's a bad route to take. Life happens. People get busy. People disconnect from the internet, from everything. People just move on. It's funny you say that, Lizatina. I feel like looking in the mirror, it's not looking for what you don't like. It's looking for what you want to change. Like looking within, not just what you see on the outside. Maybe. That's true. Here's a link to this other video that I was talking about. This is what Cindy sent me, and I listened to it completely. 15 stoic habits to start every day. And it's really good. It's a lot of what we have talked about. I don't know if that's exactly what it says, but there you go. And I'm going to drop the link. One of my favorite things in that video, it said belief is the soil, action is the seed. And I totally believe that. Someone told me yesterday to make a list because I'm like, okay, I'm feeling overwhelmed. I have to do this and this and this and this and this. And the list just goes on. And she said, make a list of everything that you need to do right away and start checking it off. And I can add to it. And even with doing my daily chores, dishes, laundry, watering, you name it, self-care, I was still able to mark off 2 things on the list. So I feel like I got a lot accomplished today. 2 things is better than none. And when you get overwhelmed like that, you, or me, I'll be like, I don't even know where to start, so I don't start anything. It's just, I'm like, nope, what's on YouTube? Or what movie's playing? Or anything. Find anything to occupy my mind. And that's not good either. Right, B? I did take a break for that. Also, when you get to that point of being overwhelmed, besides not being productive, I get, I start thinking, and thinking's not good. I mean, it is, but that's when I start writing down my thoughts. And where is this leading? If it's not leading in a good place, then discard. Yeah, it was fun, B. Never did see the yarn bombs. But I had to leave early to finish doing what I was doing. I was cooking, trying to just get everything done. Yes, Anne, that's a good one. Go outside. Look at the clouds. See if they make any shapes anymore. Y'all notice that? I don't notice the big puffy clouds that used to make shapes. Now it's like these thin, I don't know what kind of clouds you call them. Sometimes they're big and fluffy, but most of the time they're just thin coverings. Yes, man-made. You'll have to look it up, B. There should be pictures of it. It's different colors of yarn that I don't have the link for the festival. In the description of the festival, it was talking about it. And they had a tree wrapped with, looked like it was crocheted, maybe. And then at the end of it, there was this ball of all the colors that were in what they wrapped around the tree. Stuck together in a ball. Nothing bad. But you meet Puppet. Good to see you. Hi, Vicky. Good to see you too. Let's see. Thinking. I think a lot of us are overwhelmed right now. There's mega amounts of information coming at us all at once. Purposely, I believe, to get us all overwhelmed. So, the best thing for me to do is to find things to distract me from all of that and keep an eye out and see if I see anything going on around me that coincides with what they're showing. And so far I don't, thank goodness. Knock on wood. Gratefulness is being grateful for every day, being grateful for what I do have, being grateful for the family that I have, the friends that I have. Those are all the important things in life. I've pulled out a lot of ribbon and lace. I like to make things. So, and I was wondering if I could do it while I was live, but I don't think so. My lampshade's looking pretty boring. Hey, Wayne, good to see you. So I decided to decorate it with, I have a vine full of sunflowers that I had hanging on the living room windows. And I want to hang lights up there just because I like Christmas lights year round. And someone put some sunflowers on my lampshade and some ribbon and lace stuff just to dress it up. I like doing that. I've sold a lot of lampshades during that. It's been a long time. I am looking for ways to make things to sell. I do have 2 crocheted sweaters that aren't complete that I want to finish for gifts for Christmas. And they're not sweaters like you used to see in the old days. They're chunky sweaters. I'm putting a lot on my plate probably, but it's doing things I enjoy in between doing the hard things. That's the way I'm doing it. And it makes it easier to do the hard things when you create something that you like. Maybe someone else will, but being creative is a good thing. I'm going to drop the link again. What life, you tired of talking? Talking and walking? Maybe. So, what do y'all do to get out of the Hey, 420, good to see you. Because I know a lot of people have suffered a whole lot of things. Oh, he'll be right back. Okay. Sorry to hear that, Anne. Um, yeah, I gave up birthdays whenever this last year. um, Mine still celebrate the kids. There you go, Mindy. Awesome. My cousin was doing that when she was here. She uses some kind of a fabric that's kind of a scrubby fabric to make dishcloths. That was good. Oh, it'd be charming. I wish you lived closer to me. Pressure washing is good. And it feels good to see it clean like that once you're done. That's why I enjoy doing dishes, as crazy as that sounds. You're washing the crud away, the dirt, the that's cool. Man. He made puppy.
So how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Just trying to play a few video games, unwind, and relax after a real shitty week.
Mm. Playing games is good.
Yep. Sometimes I'll just watch movies or games or puzzles. It just depends.
Yeah. Do you go for walks?
I used to do a lot of walking, but ever since I started trucking, not as much as I definitely need to.
Just curious. I've been venturing into that also. A little further than just walking around my house.
Yeah, I need to get back into that, honestly.
Yeah.
Because driving truck is pretty sedentary.
Hey, Annalisa. Good to see you.
Sometimes when I even we'll go outside and do fishing on occasion.
Fishing.
Yep.
That's good.
I haven't done a lot of that lately, but I do enjoy fishing.
Yeah. I went to Dollar General yesterday and they were having a sale on all the summer stuff. It was like 50% off. I don't know what
Nice.
the girl was thinking, but she took 75% off, which is fine with me. So I got a little training fishing rod and I'm gonna take my granddaughter. It's got a little tackle box filled with tackle and everything. It was $7. I was like, score.
Right. No, if you can get a good deal on it, why not?
$7 to make memories with my granddaughter. Heck yeah.
That's not bad at all.
No, it's not. Okay, you're not coming in. Let me see. Nope. Okay, D, I'm waiting for it to load. And enjoy nature. Absolutely. I love going to the river. Y'all probably seen that. I do a lot of short videos of the rivers and creeks and
Hmm.
fractured vertebrae. Yeah, that's not good. Did you fall asleep?
Me? No.
Oh, okay.
Not this
Just,
time. I've got video games to keep my attention while I talk to you.
ah,
So
okay. So you're not paying attention.
I'm kind of paying attention, but not really. Just enough to still conversate.
How do you play? Through what platform or what?
Uh, well, I have all the major platforms. I have the Nintendo Switch one. I've got the newest Xbox, newest PlayStation. I got a PC, a laptop PC that I can play games on too. But most of the time, I usually just play on my Xbox. Sometimes I'll fire up my laptop or PS5 or something.
Yeah. Just curious. I don't have all that. Um, I
Well,
had,
most of sorry, go ahead. You were saying?
I was gonna say, I was paying for Steam for a little bit. Um,
Oh, Steam's not bad.
I don't know what happened to it. Maybe because I changed cards. Who knows? But haven't missed it,
Possibly.
so it's okay.
Well, I mean, most of Steam is free unless you decide to, excuse me, buy a game or something. But you can install it; it's all free.
Oh, maybe that's it. I'm on a different device.
Um, yeah, you just have to go to your app store
Yeah,
and type in
load it
Steam
again.
and just download it, sign back into your ID, your account,
Yeah.
and then you'll be able to
Right.
access your games that you've already purchased.
Discarded. Yeah, we used to go down to the creek and catch bait to take to the coast or to Three Rivers. Three Rivers, you gotta set trout lines because alligators everywhere.
You got to be careful of the gators.
Hey, Al, good to see you. Butter my biscuits.
Although some people refer to alligators as swamp puppies.
Salt puppies.
No, swamp. SWAMP
Swamp.
as in Paul.
Oh, okay. Kissa, good to see you.
It's all Kissoff's fault.
Speaking of crazy, I'm joking. Yeah, that's what you call it. I don't even know how to say that, Anthony. Yeah, polluted. Yeah, we knew. So did you do anything exciting today? Did you see that Life went live?
No, I missed that actually.
He was at an art festival, and man, there were hundreds of booths, um, handcrafted stuff, a lot of art,
Nice.
food. Oh my gosh, food everywhere. They even had like each booth would be another country, Korea, Jamaica, just you name it. They were all representing.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. And he did a lot of walking around there. You
I
sure
would say,
free?
depending on the size of the area, he probably did.
Mm-hmm. He's been doing some good ones. He had the Shroud torn at one of the churches, and so he went and did a video of that. And
Yeah, he mentioned something about posting a video about that.
yeah, and he was talking about doing one of, I think it's a James Brown museum. I think so, Cheryl. I don't know. Fine telling B he had his second win, but he might have thought he did and just honked.
Yeah, who knows?
PC ice cream. I don't know what that is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Anthony.
Hmm.
How do you know that, Al? Just curious. Yeah, Augusta seems to have a lot of historical places. I'm sure any of the 13 original do. Um,
I was just say, I think most places have, usually the historical places have little markers that, usually a little brown sign or something that says, "Oh, this is
yeah,
such and such historical marker."
yeah. He was showing some of that on the river. It was weird. When he was at the river, he's people were mentioning the homes across the river because they look like mansions, and he said, "Oh, that's South Carolina over there." And I was like, "Whoa! I didn't know he was that close to South Carolina."
Interesting. Oh, I wonder. I'm surprised there's not more people wanting to come up like it usually is.
I know. Well, Dee tried. I don't know why she was not connecting. I hope
Yeah,
she
who
comes.
knows?
And I don't know where Jen is. Oh, she back.
I'm back, but
Now,
I can't stay. I have to actually leave, but I want to say hi.
wow.
Oh, shit. Shut up, girl.
Let's see.
I just found
What's-
out my husband's famished. So
Oh,
I,
he's
I
ready
need,
to eat.
I need to go take care of my baby.
Well, it's
Child
good
number
to see you.
Yeah, I'll try to come back. But
Cool.
oh, I have a long verbal message going out to my husband right now. Everything I'm saying to you. You sound tired, woman. Scratching things off your list. It's tiring, huh?
Yes. Yeah, it was productive.
I heard you.
Little-
You're scratching things off your list,
Yep.
right?
Thank you for that suggestion.
Better.
Lists are good.
Yeah, I made a list too. Woo, that's bright. Ah! Hey, everybody. Good to see you all. Do you have a theme tonight?
Do what?
Do you have a theme for tonight? Do you have discussion topic?
Oh, I already did that. It was about crazy.
Oh, are we talking about crazy? Sergeant Al, don't go fold that on me. Why not?
Some people's perception of crazy. I don't think it's the way people think of it. I think that there's a big push on putting everyone in a box and labeling them crazy, and I don't agree with it.
Well, one of us sides is going to end up in the loony bin for sure. I really think so.
I don't think so.
No?
No.
Oh, ever the optimist, huh? Okay, well, that's fine.
Look what we have been through, and here we are, and we are still able to smile and laugh.
Wow, barely.
Hey,
It's not
Bruce.
great. It's not
I
great.
was going to say, how'd that saying go? I laugh to keep from crying.
Well,
It's
and
fine.
yes,
Yeah.
sometimes
All
it's true. You can have a
right, I'll
nervous.
try to come back later.
Okay, hon.
I better get my husband is the word I got back was famished. So
Okay.
famished is beyond hungry. So I'm being a really bad wife
Sounds
right
like
now.
it.
Sitting here
You know
talking to you.
that's the way to his heart. Satisfy you,
Yeah.
hubby.
I gotta go. So I'll be back. I'll try to come back soon. We're having lamb
Okay.
burgers, so it shouldn't be too long.
Love you.
Okay, bye. Love ya.
All right. All right. Let's see here.
Amen to what did I say? You're a little nuts, Brew. Aren't we all? Aren't we all? But that's just it. Perseverance in the line of madness, craziness, whatever. Wish some of that rain would come down here. We so need it. I wish it would come naturally. Put it that way. Oh, you're back. We thought you just pooped out. What, like? I'll put the link in case you didn't get it. So you can tell everybody about your adventures today, maybe?
Oh, there it is.
Bag of bones. I like that. Buzzachino. Hey, John. Good to see you. Possum. So, yeah. Perspective. Drive. We've all been driven by something, or we wouldn't be here.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go, John. Exactly. And when you fall down, how you react to it will determine how you get through it. There it is.
Evening,
Hey,
everybody.
there he is.
Here I am.
Good to see you, Juan.
It's good to see y'all. Happy Saturday.
So, what'd you end up eating? I've been waiting
Oh
to
shoot, man! I ate all type of. Once I ended the live stream, I ate all type of stuff. I ate some. I went by the Irish stand and I got some. What do they call it?
Oh,
Food?
Uh, mash and bangers, which all it was just uh potatoes and sausage, but it was pretty good. The potatoes and sausage was real good. I tried some. Got me a street corn and a elote. So I got my veggie intake.
cool.
I got me a handful of pork lupias. Those are pretty good. What else did I get? I went and got me a plate to bring home from the Samoan barbecue stand, which was pretty good. I got a whole plate full of stuff. You know, they loaded me down. They thought I was. I don't know. I guess they thought I was a Samoan too. They was like, this guy's got to eat. Then I tried
Yeah.
this one other drink. It was pretty good. It was like cucumbers, pineapple, limes, and something else. That was real good. That was real refreshing. I forget what they called it, but it was real good.
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah. All of those are cooling.
I got a few other different little things.
And water.
Oh yeah, I had water and I stayed hydrated. And then right when
Okay.
I ended my live, shoot, I went around and got me some stuff to eat and got me some stuff to bring back home. And man, as soon as I got ready to leave, it started pouring down. And I said, dang, who was that one person that said it was going to rain? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And shoot, as soon as I got out of the gates, about before I could even make it to the gate, it started coming down. So I just Made a beeline straight for the truck.
That's good. You
Well,
got cooled off too.
Oh
I
yeah,
was at least you got out of there just as it was starting to rain.
Excuse me.
yeah, that was fun. Got my steps in for the day.
There you go.
Yeah. He said the forecast was for possible rain. She keeping an eye on you.
Yeah, they keep saying it's like every day this week there's been a possibility of rain, but I didn't see it. I didn't think the day would be the day, but I guess it makes sense, you know. The day I decide to go out and do something, boom. But at least I got there. I didn't get there as early as I wanted to, but at least I got there before all that broke loose.
Yeah,
But
it was great. It was.
heck, I might go back tomorrow. When you buy a badge like that, it's good for the whole weekend. It's good for the whole event, you know.
Oh yeah, a bad.
Nice.
So who knows? I might go back out there tomorrow.
What was I?
Yeah, that was fun.
That's good. Like to see that, and people just walking around enjoying life, and
Oh yeah, I didn't see any drama or any confusion. And
no,
if any of y'all seen the live, you would see. I mean, there's some spots it was elbow to elbow getting through there. I mean, it was just but it was fun.
ooh,
Yeah, I missed the live. I'm not even sure if I follow your channel.
It's hard to follow. You know, I have a hard time following it myself, and I'm producing it. No, it was just a local yearly community event we have, the Arts and the Hearts Festival. It's just kind of what the name describes, you know, arts, crafts, food, music. A lot of the people are local. A lot of them's not local. Like a lot of the craft people I talked to, like after I shut the live down before it started raining, I went around and just kind of talked to people and got a few cards and stuff. And people from all over that travel. Some people they've been coming and setting up for years. Some people it was their first year. One couple I talked to, they're from the other side of Johnston, South Carolina, and they said this was their first year down here. But I told them if they ever want to go set up at the flea market. I said I think they do pretty good at the flea market too.
yeah. Thank you for coming in, Buzzachino. Looks like we might get rain Wednesday. 42% chance. We'll see.
I was gonna say, yeah, depending on. Sometimes they say, "Oh, it's gonna do this," and then like 65% of the time, the weatherman is usually wrong.
I know. Or I'll look at it tomorrow and it'll be completely different. Like, they don't know what's going on.
Yep.
Yeah, they say we got up to like 90 today, which it felt like it kind of close. I thought it was like around 88, but they said we topped out at 90. That feels great right now. It's 70 degrees. The breeze is blowing.
Right, B. We get rain when it's raining.
But yeah, I seen there was some weird weather events across the country. I got back. Wasn't no Bulldogs playing today, so I just flipped around and seen what the scores were for the college games. And heck, it was one game. I forget which one it was. They went into a 2-hour weather delay. It started
Oh,
raining, I guess, wherever they was at. And yeah, it was 2 hours. I said, dang, this game's still on. And they had just resumed it after a 2-hour weather delay.
That's a pretty lengthy delay.
yep. We've had that. If it starts lightning, if you can see lightning, they stop it because they know it can travel a good distance.
It can.
Kiss off. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm not sure.
You were running? She didn't understand that one.
I don't know. It did something weird. Like it was like around I guess it was the 2 hour mark. I didn't know I had been recording that long, but I thought I lost internet connection for something, and then it said live, and then I don't know. I guess it started another one. I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Yes, Brew. So that's another message I got today. It's interesting. I'll just put it that way. See if I can find it again. Yeah. So, well, I don't know. Do I want to give bad news? Okay, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's not good. But just try to keep yourselves healthy for the next week and try not to rely on any first responders. And I know that sounds horrible, but some bad people have been buying first responder uniforms and pretending to be them. So just be aware, be careful. Just yeah.
Be spreading no fake news, Kiss off.
Kiss off wouldn't do that.
Yeah, that's like when I went to the event today. They had a whatever. Well, I took a video and a couple pictures of it, like the fire response tactical unit. You know, this big old uh, RV looking thing. I said, "Dang, I didn't even know the city had that." I
I'm
think it was
sorry.
just support. Like if something happened, you know, if somebody needed some type of medical, because they did have like different like medical stations or stuff. You know, if something like that happened, they had people on standby.
Oh yeah,
Um,
that's pretty common, especially when it's hot, to have um, a
and that
cooling.
many and that many people too.
Yes, yes, that, and they're right there in case something does happen. I
I'd say
did,
that's good that they're close by at least.
yeah. Be charming. I did see a police officer walk by Watt at one time.
Yeah, there was a few. Not a whole lot. Um, I mean they're positioned like around the entrances and stuff, but I mean it's not like an overwhelming presence, you know.
Yeah.
But there was a few there. But I mean it's not saying it can't happen because anything could happen at any given time, but I mean there's hardly ever been any ruckus or anything at that particular event.
No,
Um,
everybody seemed to be just having fun and enjoying the day.
I didn't even see no kids really acting up, you know. I heard a few babies, you know, every now and then, but I guess there was so many snacks and stuff for them to run around and do. They really didn't have time for it.
Hmm.
I don't know. Imagine it was a different story once it started raining. And once I felt the temperature drop, I said, "Yep, it's probably gonna come down." Yeah, because it felt like it dropped like 15 degrees, and it started getting real windy. Yeah, I had just enough time to get me something to eat from a few different places, get me some stuff to go, and get out of there.
Honey lemonade. She thought it was cute.
Hmm. Yeah, I heard something about that, the impersonation.
Oh wow. Easy
Yeah, and I'm
come.
glad I didn't throw my cup away because when you go to Korea, you get refills. Of course, you pay for it, but it's a cheaper price than getting a whole nother drink.
Right.
So I'm
Yeah.
thinking, heck yeah, I didn't even know that. I didn't pay no attention. I just said, give me the large. And I went back and she said, oh, same cup refill? I said, yeah, heck yeah. And man, they had a whole crew just making lemonades. They had people back, they couldn't make it fast enough.
Oh, it's Notre Dame. Wait, weren't they playing Texas? Notre Dame?
Yeah,
Uh,
that was the game. That was a 2 hour delay. Notre Dame and whoever Notre Dame was playing. Yeah, that was the game. I think it was Notre Dame versus Purdue. They were
oh,
like under a 2 hour weather delay, and yeah, they had to. I think they cleared everybody out of the stadium and everything. I say, man, for those people that came back, they're diehard fans for sure.
what are you fighting with behind you?
Oh man, what is
Spider,
going on here? Thought it was raining.
little spider.
A
I wanted to
spider?
know how many people is at that fair you were at.
Oh, thousands.
Everyone who was there.
Yeah, everybody that was there.
What up, you spider?
Uh, I forget the numbers, but I mean it draws in tens of thousands of people for the weekend. It goes from it starts Thursday evening at 5 o'clock and runs through Sunday.
Uh huh.
Tomorrow will be their last day. I think it runs from 11 to 6 tomorrow.
That's a lot of people. That's cool. I loved it.
Yeah.
I was watching for a long time, but I couldn't comment because I was watching on the TV, and there's no way to
That's all right.
comment. But then I jumped on there, so it cut me some dill.
Man, I made it to the big screen. Damn. So I'm doing it big now.
Yeah, you are. We're all movie stars, baby. You
Coming live, coming at you.
want to see the sunset?
Yeah, let's
Well,
see
it's
it. That's what I've
gone.
been
Or
waiting on.
It's
Oh, what a
gone, but
sunset.
we're above
Oh, would
that
you look at
fog.
that? Just look at it.
I just went
Just
to
look at it.
town and came back. It was very soupy in town. It was very damp. But we have high clouds too.
beautiful.
I'm sandwiched in between clouds. So
Cool.
Is your channel? Hey, what is your channel name? Just Wildlife, or is it labeled
No.
something
No,
different?
I had to change it because a while back somebody made a duplicate, so I had to put the at thing. It's at the real Watt So if you do
Okay.
the at thing, it's the real Watt. Yeah, that's why I had to change up my icon and put that in there.
Let me
Too many
see.
bulldogs running around.
Find the link.
Let me see if I can
I
find the
found
link.
it. Yeah, it looks like you got about 640 subs almost.
Yeah, I can't believe it. I finally got more subs than videos. How about that?
Cool.
Well, I just subbed to you. I found your channel, so if you post something later, I can
There we go.
find it.
Yeah, I ain't gonna promise it's gonna be like an every Saturday thing, but if they have like certain events like that, I'll try to do a little live or something like that. People like that type of thing.
Yeah, I don't do I don't do any lives. I'm amazed that I got 60 subs as it is.
Hey, Chessboard. Thank you.
I might just say the heck with it and go to the flea market tomorrow.
There you go.
There you go.
Or I might go to the other one. I hadn't been to the other one in a while. We used to have several flea markets in the area at one time, and then it dwindled down to like the one big one. And then it was years ago. It was over a decade ago. Shit, it's probably been about 15 years ago now that it caught fire. And that created a whole stink and a whole mess and stuff because there wasn't uh there wasn't fire hydrants within the proper locations and everything. So
Hmm.
Oh,
man,
wow.
it was people that had a bunch of stuff in there, stuff that had been in there hanging on the walls since before I was born. And
Dang.
they lost a bunch of it. They rebuilt it. They rebuilt what burnt down, but ever since that happened, it just wasn't the same. And then the one that I normally go to, and the one that I posted videos from now, it's the newer one, but it's been open probably 20 years now.
Yeah. That's when we used to do the food court um, at Christmas with Girl Scouts. We'd put up a canopy, and it's so much work. We would leave it overnight, drop it lower to cover everything, and then leave it. Come back the next day, and everything is blown everywhere.
Mm.
So I was able to get some weights from the tractor pull people to hold down my canopy, so that would never happen again. But
Yeah.
she's cooking for her hubby. Kiss off.
You like this one, the main one I go to, it's like both of them is the same really, but it's a mixture of they have tables under the covered area, and you can rent stalls where you get the locker, and you can the roll down lock metal door like a storage unit, or
Hmm.
they've got outside tables in the back too.
I
Um,
wonder if something that big, they probably have overnight security keeping an
they
eye on
have
it.
the one that I've posted videos from. They have somebody that lives there. In the back corner, there's a double wide, and there's a guy. He kind of um, I don't know if he's I don't think he's the owner, but he's just, I don't know. He basically does like
Caretaker,
maintenance and
maybe.
takes care of everything.
Yeah,
So yeah, there's somebody there, or cops they'll ride through
yeah,
because it's only open on Saturday and Sunday. So
yeah,
I mean, it's open for like certain hours, like during the week, like vendors can come and go, especially if you got like lockers inside. You can do stuff like that.
yeah.
But just for like selling stuff, just Saturday and Sunday.
If you go again, carry your chair in a bag.
Yeah. Next time I should have brought my fold out chair.
That's I noticed any place that could be where you could stay on was in the sun. Of
Oh
course,
yeah, those shady spots get eaten up quick.
yes.
You know. I know I was recording, but I try to give people their space.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a lot bigger this year. So if it gets bigger next year, yeah, I'll definitely bring my own chair.
Bring
Some
Matter of
good
fact, Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying there was some really good singers there.
Oh yeah. There's some people that just go there for that. They get the little program or whatever, and they just walk from different stage to stage. You know, that's their thing.
But I was gonna say they have chairs. You can usually get them from Walmart. It's a heavy duty chair, so it can hold a bunch of weight, and it's got a slot on one side. It's either the side or the back of the chair, where you can put an umbrella, so you have shade attached to your chair. You put your chair down, you open
Yeah.
up your umbrella, you slide it in
Yeah.
to your folding chair, and then you have your own custom shady spot.
hmm That's what I need. My buddy's got one like that, man. It's super nice, and man, dude, it's
I spent
durable.
less than $40. Yeah, they're durable. They hold like I think up to 350 pounds. I spent less than $40 at
Yeah, I
Walmart
felt
to get them.
comfortable in it. I didn't feel no give, but his has got like a little canopy, but it's got the rocker built into it, so you could just sit there and be still in a little chair, or you can flip the thing and it lets it rock back and forth. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, I've seen those advertised.
I was gonna
And
say I think I've seen the advertisements for them, but I haven't.
yeah, the one I saw was like $80. And I was, no, I'm not spending that much for a
Forgot
chair.
what brand his was. I know it was pretty expensive, but it felt durable. It felt solid. You know.
Did you go back to the hanging chairs?
Yeah, I got one of his cards. Yeah, I like those chairs. I think I might get me one.
Yeah.
That was
So
pretty cool.
about what was the price? That was it black? That was sitting there like it was a little different. I don't know if it was a hanging chair or if it was like on a frame.
Oh, that was kind of. I think that particular one, it had like a reclining feature where you could like lean back. You know, like the
Yes.
back of it leaned back a little bit. The seat
Yes.
would stay regular, but you know the back would recline a little bit. I forget the different price points he had on them.
Mm.
I mean, you know, like all that type of stuff. You know, some people have to charge a little bit more than they used to because certain things that went up. You know, which that's understandable. But I mean, it wasn't outrageous. You know, and I think that guy, the guy with the hanging chairs, I think he was from Barnwell, South Carolina, which isn't that far. You know. I forget what it said on the paper. How many vendors there was? It was over 100 easy. There's probably close to 200 just vendors,
That's
not even
great.
counting the food people.
And the artists in that little alcove thing that you walked into.
Yeah.
So is there anybody painting pictures of people?
No, because I thought about it when somebody mentioned it. I was looking for like one of those people that like you know, you sit down and they paint you, but like in a cartoony way, you know?
Yeah.
I was looking for one of those type of people, but I didn't see one. I said, damn, they'd have came out here, they would have made some money today. You know, people like that type of stuff.
Yes. I have
But
of my two daughters.
my mom's got one somewhere. Me and my two youngest sisters, not all together, but we all had one done separately of ourselves. She's got one put up somewhere. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of different artists or different people, whatever their crafts were. Some of them were doing it on site. Like one lady, she was sitting there with a little pottery wheel making different pottery. Um, that was right before I ran into that one lady that was singing. She had a real good voice. And then there was people, you know, they had the one lady that had the cutting boards and the bow knife. You know, she would do like demonstrations and stuff on that. Um, different people doing different things. I like when they have live demonstrations like that, you know.
Yes.
But people were painting, you know, the artists that were painting, you could walk around in some booths who were painting, doing different things.
And that one lady was making pottery, wasn't she?
Yeah, the lady, yeah, I forget the time stamp on that, but it was probably, I say about midway probably through there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she was under the tent, and yeah, I sat there and she was kind of chit chatting, and there was a guy to my left. He was kind of chit chatting to me, you know. But yeah, like I probably could have stood there and just seen somebody make pottery or something like that for an hour, you know. It's pretty cool, especially the different type of stuff she was making and stuff. I mean, it was pretty intricate.
Yeah.
You need to come to Seattle for the summer solstice, and you can get your buddy painted. Oh, what did that say? Oh, your body painted and ride with the naked bicyclist. Nice. When is that? I need to get a date on that event. See if we can't make that happen.
Hey, Zombie. Good to see you.
Zombie Force, keeping the world safe, one zombie at a time. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, where they do the naked painted body cycling thing. I said, dang.
I have never heard of that. That's that's not something I
I
want to
think it was
see.
like last year, the year before last, I heard something. Yeah. It's a thing. People do it. They love it. They wish it was twice a year.
No, but just no.
Oh, next month they got the Iron Man. The Iron Man Augustus coming back into town. Of course, it didn't happen last year because it was Hurricane Helena hit on the 27th, and the Iron Man event was supposed to start that following weekend, so it got canceled. And all the money and resources and supplies and stuff that was going in to make that event happen got dispersed throughout the community. You know, waters, medical supplies, different funding, foods and stuff that was allocated for that. You know.
Yeah.
But it's happening next month. Well, no,
Cool.
this month, the end of this month, I think it's the 27th, 27th or the 28th. It's the weekend. I'll definitely be there and stream that.
You need to do that.
So yeah, I'm excited. That's an annual event that's pretty cool for the community. That brings in, and there's thousands of people that enter that Ironman event.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
But it looks like the bicycle seat is not.
Oh, it's not for the big and wide.
Not popular for the naked.
Oh, you're for the naked, yeah.
Maybe that's it. I'll never touch a bicycle seat ever again.
There you go.
Vicky said, ouch. Things don't go together, like naked and bicycles.
Yeah, there's too many moving parts, you know what I mean? Don't matter who you are. It's just, yeah, it's like frying bacon naked. You just don't want to do it. You thought about it, you probably attempted it, but it's not a good idea.
No. Yeah, I can't think of any events that we have coming up. Well, a biker rally. I think the rat rally is going to happen too soon.
Oh, that'd be cool to check out. Just a bunch of rat rods.
It's well, that one's bikers. They go all over the place. They have a poker run or something hit all the bars, get little tokens or something. I'm not quite sure what that's about, but um,
Like a checkpoint to make sure you went there before you go to the next one, probably. Make it
yeah,
fair.
yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
And a lot of times you can go on the back roads and you'll see a bunch of bicyclists, and you know they have come miles and miles to ride the bicycles on these back roads because we're a ways away from anything. Hey, Jerry, this is Zombie Tell Stories. I'll put the link again.
Oh,
He's on 8-track today.
well, it's about time for bed. I gotta get up early tomorrow, so I'm gonna hop down and go to bed, I think.
10,
Okay.
boy.
So
Yeah,
we'll
Yeah,
good.
catch
safe
you all.
travels, buddy.
I'm off till Tuesday. I'm actually just sitting at the house.
Nice. You enjoy that time, buddy.
Oh, I'm going to. Absolutely. We'll catch you all in the next one.
Take care of me. Did I drop the link? No.
Damn, he's off till Tuesday. Damn, I should have took that option. Damn,
Right?
why didn't I think of that one? No, I don't think there's no more. Well, not till Thanksgiving. That'll be the next big holiday, I guess.
Yeah. I think my niece is in the country of Georgia right now doing an Ironman. I think.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a global thing. Yeah.
Yeah. She goes to other countries. She does the big ones. I don't
Yeah.
know how long y'all's is. I didn't see that on the
It's I forget the exact numbers, but they start out. It all starts out with swimming. I think it's like they swim like 12, maybe 12 miles in river. Then they start on then that transitions to cycling, and I think in cycling they do like 50 or 60 miles. They'll go all the way out. They'll start at downtown where I was at today, and they'll
Mhm.
go all the way to the area of Finney Swamp. When I was down there, the swamp and the alligators, they'll go all the way down there by the airport and then turn around and come back, and then they'll start their running. And I forget how many miles they do in running. They go all around downtown,
Wow.
and then about in the live earlier where I was at the big stage, the biggest one. That's where they have. Well, I don't know if that's where they're going to have it this year, but usually that's where they have the finish line.
Yeah.
I think the year before last, the guy that came in first place, I think it took him like 5 hours and some minutes to do it, to finish it. I think.
And
But yeah, it's a smaller Ironman compared to some of the other ones, but it's still a lot of people enter it. It's usually thousands of people that enter it.
yeah. Yeah, that's the last one she did that I knew of. How far she went, I think it was in Italy, and it was 120 miles on the bicycle, 6 miles swimming, and I can't remember how far running. It was a lot.
Yeah, got to be in shape, that's for sure.
Yep.
And then they have like all the little hydration stations set up around, especially when they get into the running stage. They have a bunch of them set up downtown, and
Hmm.
it's cool to watch people do that type of stuff.
Yeah. Seems like a rocket.
And I forget. I mean, that brings in a lot of people to the city too. I forget how many people come in.
Yeah.
Some of them may be bigger name athletes. I don't even know. They may do these smaller ones like this just to keep in shape for the bigger ones. Before they go to the Italies or the Spains or wherever.
Yeah. It's awesome. There he is.
Well,
Hello.
good afternoon. Good afternoon, Bonnie and Wildlife.
Hello,
Hi.
Mike.
Hey, I won't be long. Kiss Off said tell her a story.
All right.
I appreciate that.
So if you're listening, Kiss Off, to my story, I'll talk about popularity, what it's like to be so popular. Because everywhere I go, everybody says, hey, zombie, and everybody seems to know me, So I said, well, I took a trip over to the seat of the Vatican to visit and see what all of that was about. And I had the opportunity to meet the Pope himself, and then
Nice.
I'm up there shaking his hand, and and then I hear these boys yell out. Hey, they said, who in the hell's that standing up there beside Zombie?
Yeah. I imagine it could happen. Feel bad for the Pope.
The fact is if you could meet him, would you meet him?
No.
I mean, I don't know.
What makes him? I don't know if I would hold him to be that important in things. I don't know how people see other people like that. I never was really one to run up to anybody and want to get their autograph or anything.
Yes. I haven't been too starstruck.
What do you think he would sign it? Pope? The Pope?
I don't know. What would he sign it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Does he have an autograph?
Yeah, whatever his name may be.
Isn't it Anthony Pope? I don't know. I
There
could
you
be
go.
Pisces. What is he, the 15th now? Is it the 15th, or we up to the 15 or 16?
Get what number they're on. I lose count. But yeah, something like that.
I can't remember. I had a friend who made a trip to California to meet the what's he called? Dalai Lama?
Dalai Lama.
Lama. Yeah. And I thought, goodness, all that money just to
Yeah.
Yeah.
People will do that. Some people will.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we all got our vices.
Yeah.
I always said if Stevie Nicks came to town and I came up missing for about 2 weeks, I said, don't go looking for me. Always had a crush on her.
Yeah.
She was such a beautiful woman in her younger age. It seemed like she was just
And she
the
could
shizzle
sing.
look. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody ever had anything against Cher. I always liked Cher. I like Sonny and Cher. Maybe I come from a different thinking.
I never really. Well, I'm sorry, but Cher couldn't really sing. Not good. I mean,
It was the separation, but it was a separation. her voice never made her famous. It was her skit that she started out doing with her and Sonny Bono. You know,
Yes.
that was the thing, and then she just kind of tried to take it to a different level.
Yeah.
What was the actress's name that was similar to her? The horror actor. She was always in the
Elvira.
Elvira. You know, I
Oh,
think
yeah.
I liked Elvira better than I did Cher.
Or almost like a Morticia Adams from the Adams
Oh
family.
yeah, Morticia. She was pretty hot.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I'm from a different generation. I've definitely seen more of Cher than I've really heard her music. So
yeah,
I've never
yeah, she
listened to
wasn't.
any of her songs in entirety.
She didn't really start having any major hits until what was it in the 90s? I think she got a little
Man,
popular in the
how long has
90s.
she been singing? How many decades?
A long time.
She was since I was a wee little kid, and
Like the
that was
60s
back
or the
in
70s?
back in the 60s. Her and Sonny Bono pretty much got famous in the early 70s, mid 70s, and up
I
through
gotta
the
see how old she is now.
Yeah.
pre-disco age. They were pre-disco age groups.
I think the one that got the most traction was I Got You, Babe.
Says
Yeah,
she's 79. Huh.
yeah, she was pretty popular mid 70s, maybe. I think I can remember her coming in there around mid 70s, her and Bono there, and a lot of people never really guessed it a lot of times, but like ACDC, ACDC's been around since the 60s, you know. They've been around a
What?
long time.
Wait, Brew, what was it? Goodness, I didn't know that.
What happened?
Yeah, their ACDC album, I remember when it came out. Gosh. And everybody went down to the record store and
Could
bought
have
it,
been
you
one
know.
single on the Billboard charts for.
That was a long way to the top, you know. And that was
Huh.
back in
How about that?
it's in the 60s.
7 decades. Man.
Yeah.
It's like the Alex
It gets
Trebek
worse.
of doo-wop.
It just gets older. It gets worse as you get older, you know.
Which
Yeah.
part? I mean,
When things start falling off, start worrying.
Falling off of, man,
Yeah, when it starts falling off, start worrying.
that's past falling down. It's just falling off.
Yeah.
The hell with gravity. I'm just totally detaching.
You ever seen one of them really old people walking down the hallway and their pants just kind of fall down around their ankles? And they just keep hop skipping along. You know,
Like the hell with it. I'm halfway there.
my ultimate way to go out, and I know people think it's sadistic, but coming from a zombie, mine is to go out with Alzheimer's disease, to have severe cases of it, to where if somebody finds me standing out in the middle of traffic butt naked and I don't know anything about it, ignorance is bliss.
Right.
The things that don't affect you will affect the ones that love you most.
Yeah. They're less likely to grab a hold of you.
Yeah, that'd be the one embarrassed, not you.
To live your lives in the most effective way, you know.
Man. Oh, I'm hoping to be like my mama in some ways as she got older. You'd think you'd know what she'd want, and she'd pull a fast one. Tacos? I want no tacos. But every time I was going out there, are you going to stop and get me tacos? Yes, Mama, I'll get you tacos. And then
Yeah.
I want tacos. What do you mean tacos? Panda Express. Okay. A little further drive, but it's all right.
You know, it seemed like when I mean, I'm a 60s child. You know, my sisters, they were all the peace culture, hippie, whatever you want to call them. And I was being carried around on their hip, you know, while they had their shorty shorts on and their halter tops. And it was a whole different era. You know,
Yeah.
that's the child. I remember that childhood. I don't remember the 80s and the 90s. That was just a blur, you know. All of this, everything going on is just kind of a blur to me.
The 80s were my favorite time.
I was a product of the blur of the 80s.
That's that.
Came in 88.
That's that big hair. The big hair. What was it? It was the.
Yes.
It seemed like everybody had a Rod Stewart hairdo.
Well, I didn't, but it definitely was big hair. Hey, Nunya. Good to see you, Jake.
I still rock the Rod Stewart from time to time.
Yeah,
Let's see if I still got it, you know? Let's see if I still got it.
I wasn't too much in the hippie stage, but I kind of got called out and decided to go hippie on a field trip just to let the principal know, don't tell me what to do.
There you go.
Yeah, I can remember and you tell people these things, maybe some people they say, man, that's real kind of cool, but I was raised up in the urban city of New Orleans. And the bus that I rode was way back in the 60s. It looked like a big round sausage coming down the street.
Nice.
And it had the engine all the way in the back. And I had this big black bus driver that had this afro, and he had Rolls Royce on an 8-track playing in the radio. You know, I remember when he got that Rolls Royce 8-track tape when it first came out. You had to go to what we called a record shop or a wig shop, where they sold wigs and records and bell-bottom jeans, you know. And that's what they sold in there, the wig shop. And it's sort of like if you go back and watch an episode of, I don't know where you would see that, but it's the music and the eras. I guess you have to live through it, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, no doubt.
You talk about driving a truck, you know. The first truck driving job I ever had when I was a young lad, I drove a 1973 International. It was a 1973 International, and it was forgot what kind of truck it was. It was a cab over truck. It had 7 speeds. It only had 7-speed transmission. It had spring ride suspension, no air conditioning, and it wasn't air ride. It was a very uncomfortable truck, but it was a Transtar is what they called that truck. And you would drive you would drive this thing up and down those old hilly passes up on the East Coast, you know, and it didn't have a Jake brake. It didn't have anything. And then the company that I worked for at the time, the only thing you had on the truck was a big heavy jack, a lug wrench, and a spare tire, no wheel. And you had to change your own tires out on the side of the highway.
MacGyver edition.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
you know,
Lauren.
it's a different,
Good to see you.
it's a whole different ball game out there now,
Yeah.
from what I hear.
Yeah. When I was driving a school bus, they gave me the newest one. But it wasn't nothing like a truck driving truck. No air conditioning. Stick on the floor. 4-speed.
Yeah, I mean, I remember we used to have to let all the windows down on the school bus in
Yes.
order to breathe, you know. And then
Yeah.
in the wintertime, in the wintertime, you would wrestle to see who got the seat with the heater under it. You know, there was one seat in the bus that had a heater underneath the bottom of it. The rest of the heater was up front where the driver was at, blowing back on people.
Yeah. That's probably when the back seats were so popular. A lot of snuggling back.
Oh,
Boy, I've kissed my fair share of every girl on the school bus.
Yeah.
They're
See?
your girlfriend till you get off. You get off at your bus stop, and then she ain't your girlfriend no more till the next day. And then by the
yeah.
end of the week, you'd have a different girlfriend. You're sitting in a different seat.
Mhm. Yeah, you ain't buying her ice creams at lunch no more.
Yeah.
I mean, that was easy. Chicks was easy back then. Now it takes credit cards and new car financing to have a girlfriend.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you got to do a credit report first.
Oh yeah, I'm not married, but I used to be. And my ex-wife's mother, she was a real thorough person, I'll say, and she asked me for my social security number when me and her daughter started dating, so she could do a credit background check on me.
Oh
And
wow.
I was like, wow.
Well, I did have a police chief that would tell me if I was dating anybody to let him know a name so he could do a background check, make sure that they were okay. He was like a daddy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I had a similar experience. People don't know a lot about me, you know, until I spill it, you know. When I was just a teenager, I had lost my natural dad, and he died,
Hmm.
and then my uncle kind of took over the reins from then on, and he was what they call I forgot what they called it, but nowadays they call it like a general sessions court judge.
Oh.
And then he moved up to a chancery judge. So I lived under his thumb till I managed to weasel my way through school. And
But that was interesting. So are
well,
you
I
still?
mean, I worked a job when all the kids was off having fun in the summertime. I worked a job, and then I still had to go to school. You know, that was the mentality of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was one of them kids. I never had a chance to grow up as a kid. I just had to grow up a little bit quicker than some others did.
I understand. So, do you still live in Louisiana?
Yes, I do. I'm
Oh,
like a piece of. I'm like a national landmark around here, I guess.
Nice.
hmm.
Yeah,
That's
you was talking about you was talking about people on bicycles and no clothes and stuff. You know, we have in New Orleans down there. They have that annual naked bicycle ride down there off of Frenchman Street
really.
once a year.
Nice.
I think they still do that. It's kind of funny. You see the guys out there, and they get these Crown Royal bags that you normally just keep change or something in. And they put all their junk in that and just tie it around it, and then they sit on the seat, and the girls they just kind of let it all hang out, you know.
A little satchel.
But yeah, like a sock.
Nice.
Oh my
That's a
goodness.
funny discussion. That discussion came up the other day, and I told somebody, I said, well, if I had a choice and I could run around in a little set of leather Tarzan shorts with some good sandals on, I said I could be content with that. As long as everybody else was willing to go along with it too. I'm not going to be the only one running around out there.
I don't
Right.
mind as long as they don't mind, you know.
Yeah.
It's so hot. I can understand that.
I don't want nothing to do with no nudity camps and bring your towel, you know, to
Yeah.
sit on. I don't want to deal with none
Yeah,
of
you
that.
definitely want to bring your own towel.
Yeah. So
Here,
is
take mine.
everybody? Yeah, that might be for the more juicy people or less juicy people, but I don't really want to think about it. You know what I mean? Because people can be juicy. That was one of them documentaries I watched about it, and I was like, well, no, I don't think I'm going to go down there and bring my own towel. I don't think I want to go down there at all.
Yeah.
I don't even think I want to lean. I don't want to lean on anything.
No.
You know, boys and girls, that's the biggest pore on your whole body. Your biggest organ is your skin.
Right.
Yeah.
And I
Leisure
know of
suit.
some people that's got some big organs.
Nah, you got leisure suit Larry over there just leaning up on everything. You're like,
Skin them down and make an elephant jacket. Make a coat for an elephant.
Craig had mentioned a meetup in Louisiana, and if that's something
a
that,
clothed meetup.
yes, a clothes meetup, if that's something you'd be interested in. If you want to put your email in the private chat, that would be cool. Zombie.
Now repeat that again.
Craig mentioned a meetup in Louisiana, and so I'm going to talk to him about it, and if that'd be something you're interested in, if you have an email that you can put in private chat, that would be great.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm not really scared for anybody to have it. If you can remember it, I'll say it. It's real easy.
I have to write it down.
I know it's hard to use that ink, pen, and paper anymore since we got the internet.
Oh, I write everything down.
Lord have mercy. You got a piece of paper? I got my number to my business on something, just something I do for a hobby, wrote on the side of my truck. And the guy asked me for my business card. I said, "Well, you got your cell phone?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Just take a picture of my door." He said, "Well, that's a good idea."
Yes, I take a lot of pictures of doors on vehicles
Oh yeah.
for services I may need. Okay,
I
I'm ready.
mean, okay, it's S as in Sam, B as in
Okay,
boy, 90355 at gmail.com.
got it. Thank you.
And I promise everybody out there that just wrote that down, even if they could be some kind of crazy people, that you can't outdo the emails that I have presently been getting at that email address for the last 15 years. So you got to walk tall in that grass to be in that grass. But no, Louisiana is a good place. You know, there's a lot of biker culture down here. Around me, it is, anyways.
Hmm.
We have a live music biker type redneck / Louisiana country ass redneck bar right over here close to by me. But I don't even drink, believe it or not. I don't drink alcohol.
Yeah,
It's
but
not to
still
say that
good.
I'm an occasional, if somebody has say, "Hey, let's have a drink and celebrate," yes, I'll have a couple of shots of Jameson, you know, but outside of that, I can't deal with the alcohol.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
You just think you think you can until you got some hot chick and she's really hot, but then her breath really just kind of just like reeks.
She
Something
tasted
about
like cigarettes.
it.
That's
Oh
when you
yeah.
politely offer a mint or a Halls or
Oh, I think mint. Sometimes mint is horrible. Like in liquid, like if you have something mint flavored to drink, that's disgusting.
like
It's like it's like York's peppermint patties or something. That's different, like a peppermint candy or a mint candy. But that
yeah,
I know people that like mint coffee. They like something mint. It's like, oh man, we all got our buttons.
yeah. I
Yeah.
don't.
Mine's mint.
I like mint and cinnamon, but I don't like mint and cinnamon drinks.
Yeah,
You know,
just
I like them in their
it
edible
hits
form,
me.
but not to drink them.
Yeah.
Don't zombies drink antifreeze?
Some would say that.
You want to stay
Antifreeze
chill.
don't taste like, but antifreeze don't taste like mint.
There you go.
No, it don't. Well, I don't know. I've never tasted it. No desire.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't get outside my element much.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
hard to imagine it's hard for me to imagine what anybody else's life is, or like, I
Mhm.
know that whenever you come to Louisiana, you just find somebody who's very familiar with most of Louisiana, not just some of it.
Yes.
And I would always expect the same courtesy from other people too.
Yeah. Well, it sounds a lot like where I'm at in Texas. And so when we were traveling at Christmas, we went into Shreveport, and that was a lot different.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Shreveport, that's a Bossier City between there and out in Monroe, Rayville, you know, all the way across that I-20 north
Yes.
side of that's just like me saying Alaska to me. I wouldn't go there. I don't want to go that far north in Louisiana. I don't. It's in my lifetime I have, but I, it would be a rare thing for me to go there now. And
It
saying I worked in Wisconsin. Uh, I worked in Wisconsin on and off up there in the Iron Mountain area for roughly a decade, you know,
mhm.
and
You said Mount Airy?
around Iron Mountain up in northern Wisconsin.
Okay, never.
It's about 65 miles north of a place called Abrams, Wisconsin. It's just when you're coming out of Green Bay going north out of you're coming out of Green Bay north, you keep traveling north there, you'll come into a place called Swamico. When you go north out of Swamico, you'll cross back over into Michigan if you don't go in the right direction. If you go in the right direction, you'll wind up in Canada.
Oh, wow.
I've never been to the bay that is green.
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful country up there, you know.
Well, I'm
Mhm.
sure.
If you can take the temperatures in the winter and the mosquitoes in the summer, because they have horrible mosquito conditions up there. That's the worst place I've ever been in my life with mosquitoes.
Really? Worse than Louisiana?
Worst in Louisiana
Wow.
I've heard
is
that
what it
with
is.
also.
Yeah, you look on a Google
Heard it here
map.
first.
You look on a Google map, and you get north into a place called Little Swamico, north of oh shit. When you get north of Pulaski, Wisconsin, headed north into Brown County up in there, then you start looking at the Google Maps of the Earth map, and you'll see little ponds and lakes will start appearing everywhere. They're everywhere.
Hmm.
And then
Huh.
the spruce, a lot of people grow spruce there. And man,
Mhm.
I'm telling you, those mosquitoes are something to behold.
Interesting.
And it gets worse than that. Like when I worked in the northern provinces of Canada during some time of my careers and stuff, and the insects in those regions up in there are just you wouldn't think it would be that way, but it really is. They have some of the worst bug mosquitoes on the planet Earth up there. When you start
Huh.
getting above, when you get above Chicago headed north, oh my gosh, get ready. Get up
Mhm.
into the lake regions and then the banks of them Great Lakes, and you go on up, and then you travel. When I would travel, I used to I used to I used to travel from Quebec City, Ontario, Ottawa, all the way to the northwest corridor, and but up that up that trek of land up through there in the
Yeah,
Canadian side.
Nice.
I bet that's a pretty drive, though.
Yeah, it is. And then it's it's a it's it's an interesting place up there. Some people should just, if you've ever went on a trip, go to White Mountains. Go to the White Mountains. They come out north of they'll come out north of Washington State, and they'll cross all the way up into they stay that way till you get over into Alberta, Canada, and then they'll kind of even out a little bit till you get back over towards Wisconsin and come back down through that corridor.
Yeah. Hey, Sharon, good to see you.
I used to have a map that I kept. My dad kept a map of a world map, and I had like 5 countries to go to before I was finished with the whole world. But I definitely been to every state, every province of America, Canada, Mexico, Colombia, South America.
Cool.
Been to Brazil, been all over in them places down in there. Venezuela, been everywhere like that.
You know, all over the Americas.
Yeah, and Africa and India, Asia, Russia, Germany.
Nice.
Did you serve in the military?
Somewhat.
Oh, okay. Cool. I haven't left the country. Haven't been to a whole lot of states.
I'll tell you, you know, it ain't. If you got time to see it, it is. But like when you're stuck somewhere 5 or 6,000 miles from where you call your place of being, you know, you kind of feel like sometimes you might be on planet Mars.
Can understand that. Different world.
You know, and the kicker behind it is some of the most craziest attractive places I've ever been has been in places where people say, that's a crazy place. That's a crazy part of the world. But like, I went up through Pakistan, plumb to the top of Pakistan, up to the borders of Afghanistan and the Tibetan plateau up in there, and it's pretty crazy, interesting, and it's beautiful. It's God's earth up in there, you know.
Yeah.
Where there is no roads, there is no highways, you know, and people still live in crazy ass rock houses built up on the sides of the mountains, and it's real interesting. But you feel like you're 10 million miles from home when you're there, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet.
You're not gonna call AAA, that's for sure. And western, southwest, the northwest corridor of Russia is some of the most desolate places I've ever been, you know.
Really?
You're talking hundreds of kilometers between some kind of a town at all, you know. It's interesting. I had an opportunity in my careers to be places, and that was one of the most interesting ones. I went and we did a survey on back when Stalin was leader, and just after World War II had ended, and they continued they had prison camps full of German soldiers and stuff up in those regions, and they had gold mine territory up in the northwest of Russia on the coldest eastern shore of Russia.
Oh my goodness.
Where they sent them, and I went into where all of those death camp sites have been. I went through all of the German death camps, most of them, and we did investigations and stuff and things. That's what I'll say.
Yeah.
We found grave sites where it was mass grave sites where they was not located. We located some of the mass grave sites, and then in Canada, the same company that I was working for, we located grave sites of Native Americans and stuff, and back when times were bad, and a lot of the Native Americans and tribe members went into certain regions and never returned.
Yes.
It was just a genocide, and they wound up putting them all pretty much in the same places, and then we would go in there and find the grave sites.
Oh my goodness.
Kind of morbid, but true.
Needed. I think.
Yeah. I flash my flashy little cups every once in a while that they gave me for my service. Engineering, you know, we did ground penetrating radar and stupid stuff like that. And then sometimes in my career back then, I would do you go down here and you set off an explosion under the water, and it sends a shock wave down through the surface of the planet, and it tells you if you've got oil down there or not.
Were you guys using LiDAR?
Well, that's different.
Mm.
So, what do you think about what they found under the pyramids?
Well,
Believable or
you
not?
know, it don't, you know, my belief is one thing, somebody else's belief's another. You know, whenever they talk about Giza Plateau, that's a graveyard. That's just a big graveyard. You know, and it's sort of like if somebody went over to your graveyard where all your family's buried at and started digging them all up to try to figure out what kind of jewelry they got or anything out. People would look at it different, but that was basically, it's a graveyard. You
Yeah.
know, and they're digging these people up like they wanted somebody to come and dig them up. I don't think they did.
Mm.
Dang it.
They took great measures to keep the criminals and thieves out, but it didn't seem to work.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
find it sacrilegious. It's sacrilegious to me to
It
go
is.
into a museum and see a mummy. You know, look, it's a mummy. No, it's somebody that wanted to be buried and left alone, and you went and dug them up.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I look at it different.
It should be a sacred ground.
Yeah, you know, Native Americans and anybody of the sort holds the same standards. You know, except for, I can say this much, places in France and in Europe where they have the mass underground graves, the crypts, you know, but a crypt, that's a different thing. That's a family crypt. But when they had the Black Plagues and had all of these people die, well, you can't dig that many holes, so you wind up putting them in a cave.
Like the
You know?
catacombs.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah.
thinking. What's the difference there?
Yeah,
Mm.
Europe's full of catacombs. Millions of skeletons.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I've seen some videos on that.
Pretty interesting. It's haunted, you know. It's haunted. That's the
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be around all those bones and skeletons.
yeah. They have like down here. They have mostly you when you get buried, you don't get buried in the ground down here. You know,
No,
Yeah,
because
a lot
we
of
got
times it's above ground.
yeah, we got a crypt. My family's got a crypt that we get buried in. And I know it sounds kind of hokey. It sounds like a boogie theater to some people, but eventually,
No, it's
whenever
your choice. You
they
know,
gather the
everyone has the
bones,
right to die and be buried or whatever how they want. I feel like.
yeah. My family gathers the bones of the recent deceased. After a certain time, they go in a sack or whatever inside the same room, and then when they take you in there and lay you out, you lay in there. And then somebody goes in there and gathers your bones up and puts you in a pile. But
Hmm.
all of your bones are still in there, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know
Well,
who's going to care.
well, if it's a big family, I can see the necessity of that. And I can see where the flooding would be an issue with graves in the ground.
Right, Jerry.
I think
Mhm.
graveyards are overrated. They take up too much space. Graveyards take up a lot of space.
Yes.
It's okay. It's
I think,
proper. It's all right. I think it's all right.
what if they
Plenty of
just took
room.
one of these? What if they took one of these trucks that they drill holes for like telephone poles, and they just
Mm-hmm.
drill a hole down in the ground and stand you up in there and pour concrete, and then write your name on the top of it.
Mm-hmm. That's not true. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I didn't mean to come into this discussion with all this morbid bullshit.
It's okay. We're all gonna die, you know.
Right.
Yeah, I just
Kiss off.
realized I need a bigger box. No, I appreciate that.
You might want to sit up too. You might want to stand up too.
I'm not going in a box.
No.
No.
I just tell them to cryogenically freeze me in case they ever get the technology to unthaw me.
Don't bring me
Oh,
back to this place.
I've seen where Florida, they are making reefs in the ocean out of ashes. One of my friends wanted to when she passed. But
Ouch.
Imagine, I guess it could. I mean, it's just like calcium and different minerals. So I
mhm.
guess essentially it could be.
It's, I don't know.
Some things are coercion. Some things are traditional, but just because they're traditional doesn't mean it's right, but it doesn't mean it's wrong. My husband doesn't want to be cremated. He wants to be buried out here in the West. But
Mm.
his family, his mom and dad are buried in Indiana. And my family's buried in Illinois. But we're not going to put that hardship on our kids. My mom doesn't care. She just says cremate her. But I feel like she's just everyone's coerced into that decision because they're either worried about the money or space. But some people like to be able to go to the grave.
I'm fine
know,
with it. Put me in a boat in the ocean and shoot an arrow. Good to go.
you can laugh at me about this later, but I was just the day before yesterday. Excuse me. I was having a conversation with somebody about this very thing, you know, and I had discussed that maybe we should consider taxidermy for humans, to where you can have your loved one, just like people, they got their prize hunting trophies up on the wall where they can have their loved ones sitting in the room with them.
Okay, that
No,
be creepy.
no,
Oh, you
no.
gotta thank Zombie. You know,
And no, we're not
you can
doing that.
put like you can put
No.
like a wire support in them so they can be posable. You know, like dogs.
No, sir.
Good.
Mm-mm.
The wax museum was scary enough. I just
Say, hey, Grandma. Good morning, Grandma.
Nah,
Oh, let me
nah.
turn you around so you can see out the window. Hold on a minute.
okay, that sounds like a horror movie. Like have them all
Now
sit down at a
it got
table.
darker than before.
Yeah,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah. Take them for a ride on the back of the motorcycle or
Hell to
something.
the
anything.
no. No,
Go ride them
no.
around.
We respect the dead around here. Whatever people really, I think it's something to consider, prayerfully consider, and talk to with your family. Like we don't want to leave that burden for our kids. A lot of people have to deal with that.
Yeah.
I know Bonnie, I mean, of all the people, like your mom and dad, did they have preparations?
Mine.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's where I changed my mind. I never agreed with cremation. I have friends that's been their go-to all along, and my parents both redid everything to where they were cremated, and they're here with me, just stuffed, and my grandmother is here with me also, and so
James. So
and my daughter's not, and that I think is one of the hardest things. So it changed my mind. I'll just put it that way. Hey, Lady Smith.
You know Faith, right? Faith Fugel.
Faith.
We just had me and Faith and us just had a conversation Friday about things. She said she was feeling kind of down that day about losing one of her brothers and hanging out with her other brother, and I said, you know what? I said, here's the way I look at it.
Hey, Zed.
Like, you never know what's going to fall in your lap. So what may fall in your lap, may need more attention than what you think it would have. So don't waste all your thoughts on the dead. They're dead. You focus on the living, and that's you.
Yes.
And then, like, I found my puppy. I made videos about it. I found him. He didn't even have his eyes open. Somebody discarded him into a dumpster. And as fate would have it, the day that I found him just happened to be on a certain day to where the trash dumpster truck didn't run that day. And his little voice got heard, and he got plucked out of that dumpster. And he had fleas, and I cleaned him up, and now he's working on 4 months old.
Oh.
And he's healthy. He's healthy, and he's just like my little child, because he didn't know anything besides me since he's been in the world.
That is awesome.
You never know when that little something's going to fall in your life, and you're going to say, gee, I'm so glad I didn't waste all of my time on all these dead people.
Yeah.
That's why they say in memory of, not you can remember them, but you can't live your life around them because they're dead, you know. And I sound like a cold-hearted bastard. I'm a cold-hearted bastard. I may be accused of, but that's the way I see it.
Mm.
You're not too cold-hearted. You took that puppy.
It took over my life, you know. It was meant to be. It's just
They
meant to
do.
be, I guess.
Yes,
Mm.
of course. Of course.
There's blessings all around. They just come in different forms to different people, I think.
Well, they say sacrifice is death, but living is life.
Yeah. And living it to the fullest.
Kumbaya, kumbaya.
My Lord,
We needed somebody,
kumbaya.
somebody, yeah, so light the
I'm
campfire.
always it, honey. You betcha. That's me. Yeah,
Get the
you
guitars out.
betcha. I mean, I'm all down for peace, but you fuck with me, we're gonna have a problem. That's the way it goes. Right? You have to stand
Yeah.
up for yourself, but I hope peace is on the page first.
Yeah. I said if I can't be your friend, I can't be your enemy.
Right.
You know, it takes a lot of energy to not like people, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
It takes twice as energy to not like a person than it does just to like them to
True.
begin with.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
Why can't
Well,
we
there's
all
still
get
some
along?
people I reserve the right to not like, but I tried hard, I tried to like them. It's the way it is.
Who's
Some
the
things will never
who's the
change.
You know I can hear you
who's
right.
the number one who's the number one person that you don't like? You know, when
You're asking me?
I'm asking anybody.
Number one person
Everybody's
I
got
don't like.
Goodness. The devil.
Besides
Can't
the
think of
devil.
anything right off. Not
That's
number
an
one.
easy one. It's all our number one there. Don't like.
Even people that I didn't like in the past, I see them now and I have a different attitude towards them.
I don't
I
like
think
fake people. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'd rather deal with imperfect people than people that pretend they're perfect and it's hard. It's hard people have to put up with me. I'm not easy. I'm extra. I'm edgy sometimes. But mostly I want to have fun and peace, but sometimes people are touchy right now. People are touchy.
You know, sometimes we used to practice that in school on the opposites of effects, on like you say you don't care for anybody who thinks they're perfect. So
Mm.
you just deliberately try to make everybody think that you're perfect. You know?
yeah. No, it's impossible. You cannot please everyone.
Mm-mm.
No.
And that's your answer, all in a nutshell.
Mm. Those who belong in a wood chipper. Yeah, that's true too, Lady Smith. I don't like those too. There's plenty. I mean, I was going through a list of people in my neighborhood, but there's some people that I don't like in the community that are outspoken maps people. They're attracted to little ones. I don't like them.
Okay, well, yeah.
Oh yeah,
They're
yeah.
okay. I definitely got a
Thought you
list.
meant they were
Okay.
anti-map.
No. How
And of
did she
course they're
say
lost. They don't have a
that?
map to get there.
The map. Striker, no striking.
Oh
Damn.
Lord, it's
Dora,
hard
Dora,
to be
the
humble.
Explorer. Isn't that how it goes? Boots and oots and
See,
oots and oots and oots and
Yeah, it's hard to be humble when
I
you're
forget
perfect
their
in every
name.
way.
Yeah.
I can't wait to look in the mirror. I get better looking each day.
I've known people like that. Unfortunately.
Take control, but don't tell me what to do. Yeah, I like that attitude where like I can lead or follow. If somebody else is gonna do it, that's fine. I don't have to control shit. But if someone isn't gonna do it, sometimes it doesn't happen. But I don't like rounding people up. Like we could have a bunch of events at the Grange. I could certainly be having more events going there, but the people
Excuse
that
me.
are there aren't really interested in some of the stuff I want to do. So it's hard.
You know, we did we, we did that quite a few years in a row. We called it the Angel Ride. We used to do it over
Mm.
in Fairhope,
Yes.
Alabama, and we would have a live band on the stage, and we would have something for the kids, something for the grown-ups, something for everybody. But you can't please everybody.
Mhm.
But it always ended well. We always wound up all of the closest ones. We sit around the campfire at night and had
Mhm.
drinks and reminisced about the next one coming up. You know,
Yep.
Yeah.
Campfire
we had
meetings.
we actually had Leonard Skinner band live on stage the last year that I went,
Oh wow.
and that was kind of crazy because it was just a little podunk southern Alabama county over there.
That's cool. Mm.
But they would close all the roads down to the cross traffic for the bikers, and we would ride through, and sometimes there may be 1,000 or 2,000 of us on motorcycles coming through southern
Oh yeah.
Baldwin County over there.
Mm-hmm.
But we called it the Angel Ride. I don't think they've had an Angel Ride over there since 2015 maybe.
Mm-hmm. I've been to some biker events. Like it was Christian biker. My husband was in a band for a while, like Christian rock band, and they had a bunch of bikers come, and they had all kind of stuff for the kids. And then
Yeah.
they barbecued tri-tip in a 55-gallon drum, and I mean they know how to cook food and partay. But there was no
Yeah.
alcohol at that one. But
Yeah.
that would have been fun
I mean,
too.
it was a bunch of old rough motorcycle riders and some clean motorcycle riders, but all the profits went to the Disabled Children's Foundation. That's what we did with all the money. That's where it went.
Nice.
Yes.
there you go.
That's what
I tell every grown up I ever see, you've had your chance. Now get out of the way and let the kids have a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rocky Mountain oysters? No.
Where the
Mm-mm.
heck did that come from?
I know what the hell those are, and that is not what I was talking about. No, sir. It was tri-tip in a 55-gallon drum. Yeah. I even worked the little kiddie section. I feel like we had a little maze going for them or something, but they had stuff for all different kind of ages. You know, those events. I wonder when was really America rocking with stuff like that, where we got to get, you had block parties and then you had bikers going through town and getting all connected with everybody. It's like we're so disconnected from whenever the height of being connected was. I can kind of remember that in the 80s, block
I'll tell you,
parties. Yeah.
I mean,
90.
don't get me started. Don't get me started, Bonnie. But what I want,
Please.
I remind people, you just got to
Mhm.
remind people, you got to live. You got to live in your lifetime, and you got to discuss what happened in your lifetime. And in my lifetime, we slept with the keys in the car. The door
Yes.
wasn't locked. The windows was open, and the fans were going. And I lived in an urban city, and people didn't. They didn't
Yeah.
do these things. They did things, but not to this scale. And what that means is, it's sort of like I had a friend of mine travel from Virginia through Washington, D.C. on a train. And I said, well, when you get to Washington, D.C., tell me about it. And this has only been about 2 weeks ago, maybe. And she said, boy, she said, you was right about that. I said, well, one thing was right about, do you feel safe? You know, did it make you feel safe that you're not going to get robbed? Your kids are not going to get messed with. You can play at the park. You can do all these things, and that's what we're talking about, things for the kids to do. Well, hell, when you in modern day times, when you choose as an adult to not stand your ground and you choose to say, well, I'm going to hide my little kids away in their little house, in their little backyard, and we're going to guard them from everything, then they're the ones that suffer for that. So we either be responsible grown-ups and get the scum and the bad things, the most part, out of our society, or it's only going to get worse. And I think that that's where this society's at. They're having these massive pains about speculation. Mayors in major cities saying that they don't want their citizens to be safer. Statements.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, we'll
it's
see.
the times
We'll
in
see
which
how
we
that works
live.
for him. I'm
Yeah.
waiting. I'm in one of the worst. I'm in Northern California, north of San Francisco. It's bad here. But why
Yeah.
why do you think for us here? I know why our drive-through kind of went by the wayside because we're right on the coast, so we get a lot of fog. But as a kid, the drive-throughs were kick butt, and out here we had flea markets where a lot of the people, even like the homeless and people that were clearly, some of them were even like, forgive me for being judgy, but on meth, you kind of know a meth head when you see one, especially when you didn't know what a meth head was. And then you move out here, but they were hustling their little things, they had their booths and stuff in the flea market, and systematically all that stuff where we could gather and enjoy each other's company or buy things from each other, like at a flea market, it's just gone. It's completely gone. And that building has sat empty for like 20 years. There's no reason why they couldn't just let them keep having that there. All kinds of people. They paid a small fee to have a booth every weekend. They could even leave their shit there all weekend long, because nothing else is going on. Now that's gone. Crack, I
That's
don't know
part
what
of that's how we lose sight of our society and give in to another ideological way of thinking. Instead of going down to the old traditional town squares and going into shops and supporting at the local businessmen and everything involved there. It's like, no, lock your kids inside your house, mail order everything you can get, and don't go nowhere except for Walmart, Dollar General Store, the Dollar Tree. If it ain't big box, then people don't go there. And that's what it is. You don't have the I mean, and the farmers markets that they have around, they call it a farmers market, is a joke. Everything comes off of a truck with a sticker already on it.
Oh,
It's the
wow.
same
Some of
stuff.
them are the real deal, but they're really so expensive. They're for elitists, It's not really for people trying to save money or like it's just it sucks that the farmers got sold out is really where, it began at. And that's what happens. If they get paid more money to not grow food.
And then
Food
that's where we're at too. That's where
Yeah.
we're at. And it's like you gotta go with the times that you live in and what it is. And
Mhm.
we have begun to say yes to everything and no to the things that matters.
It's
So
upside
we
down
say
and
no.
backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, so we say no, and then
Mhm.
later on, a bunch of people get in a room and they start sobbing and discussion about the way times used to be instead of the way they made times. You can make your time, you can make your bed comfortable, or you can make your bed hard.
Yes.
But the fact is it's like here lately, like these adults being adults in the room. It's like they're telling these little wild, crazy young people, hey, you better leave that alone or we're going to come over there and smack you upside your head. So nowadays, if people ain't realized, now here lately, people's actually willing to get arrested for something that they believe is the right thing.
Yes.
But they can't arrest everybody.
Nope.
Mhm.
It'll take society away from us if we allow that. We won't have these discussions about flea markets and the way times should be. That will be a rare thing. That would be taboo. You know, if it don't come across a digital screen, then they're not going to know about it, and then they'll choose to know what's on that digital screen by then.
Yeah.
I
Well,
see people all the time. Their cell phone goes, if their battery goes dead on their device, they literally have a panic attack. They
Yeah,
almost have a panic attack.
they go dead. Their battery goes dead.
I'm like, yeah, praise the Lord. Good.
yeah, that's mine died today. I just left it charging and kept on doing what I was doing. It didn't,
Yeah.
I
It's a
didn't
little
miss it.
different in my area. Shoot, man, they if they can think of it, they'll give anything a festival. You can
Yes.
think of it. There's probably a festival for it.
We're
It's,
missing the
and
big
it's
stick. Tell us,
my
Jenny.
area,
Tell
too.
me.
We can get fresh vegetables, peaches. We still have peach orchards. We have,
Mm-mm.
yes, we have a peach festival. And
Yeah.
we have the farmers market. We are very into shopping locally. That's just what I've always done is find something because it's so unique. Anything that I can find locally is going to be unique. You can't find it in a big box store.
That's
Oh
right.
no.
Cheryl. Love you, girl.
Yeah, I
I
try to
tell
shop
people that
local as
all the
much as
time.
possible.
Mm-hmm.
Don't
Yep.
let,
So
don't let the, don't ever let the times fool you. I'm getting closer to 60. I'm getting closer to 60 years old. But my granddaddy, he still he still felled his own trees and split his own firewood at 80.
Yeah.
So what kind of person would I be if I just act like a big wimp at 60?
Yes.
So I believe in physical condition. That's gonna help you more in the end than anything is your physical condition. What
yeah,
True.
you eat, how you exercise. You know.
Cool, James. That's good. Good to see you.
I have no idea what's going on in your chat stream, Bonnie. I can't even see it. I'm just scared to touch the buttons on these things because I touch the button sometimes and it makes you go away.
James said he has 3 peach trees and 1 apple tree in his yard.
nice.
Thank you, Kiss.
I'm so glad we're not all alike.
I
Could
always
you
say that.
imagine that? Could you imagine that if we were all alike?
Yeah, I
No.
couldn't handle 3 more watts.
Mm-mm.
And
That's the beauty of it, you know.
but I know that, even when you think you're so different, when you go across the states, there's probably several more like you, not exactly like you, not thinking like you and talking like you and everything, but still with the same heart or ideals.
Well, Bonnie, I like the way you talk.
Well, thank you, Zombie.
Life is
Oh.
like a box of chocolates. No, I've seen my share. I've seen my fair of chocolates and candies worldwide. I think I'm just going to stick with the swamps for now.
Where do you live?
Who me? I live in
Hmm.
Atchafalaya.
What state?
Louisiana.
I see.
He's my
It's
neighbor.
a teacher. It's Atchafalaya. It's in the floodplains in Louisiana. It's in the backwaters of the upper swamps, the deltas.
Wow.
Is that
We're on
close
the
to
edge.
Snyder lives?
Shasta.
Do you know John Schneider? Zombie?
He's not far off from where
Oh,
I'm at. I
because
don't know him.
he did a video. I think it was the hurricanes, and a tree had fallen on General Lee.
Mm.
And it was kind of disappointing to see, but I follow him.
I'm gonna tell you. You know how many of those 1969 model Chargers was destroyed during the filming of them episodes?
Yeah, I can imagine.
There was one episode to where they was already like, I forgot how far into their filming, they was already up to like 39 of those cars that they had completely destroyed.
Oh my goodness.
Dang.
There was a guy I knew one time, he had actually acquired one of the old Chargers that was painted up like that, and he restored the car. Believe it or not, some of the ones that they would crash and bend up, they were rust buckets. They just put a nice coat of orange paint on them and painted them up, and then they wrecked them.
Yeah.
Because if watch those episodes when the front of the General Lee comes down on the ground, and then if you
Yeah.
pause it real quick, you'll see the whole front of that car folding up. Where the suspension's completely falling out from under it.
Yeah.
But
Just
yeah,
needed
they
a crash
destroyed them.
car for that scene.
Yeah, they destroyed them
I
left
can
and
imagine.
right, and there was another friend of mine, and I know it sounds impossible, but a buddy of mine's name was Waylon Jennings. I knew him personally, and my
Really?
uncle, if people want to dig a rabbit hole, they can. But my uncle was Jimmy Martin Sr. He was a manager for the bluegrass country music industry, and he managed Bill Monroe, if anybody knows who he is. But
Oh, no.
when I was a kid, I was introduced to Waylon Jennings when I was a kid, and I kind of grew up kind of knowing him. And then later on, somebody, a friend of the family was there at his estate when he died. And I actually had two of the old Western shirts that I gave them to somebody else. Two of his Western shirts that he wore every day in his everyday life. And the car, the General Lee car that he had, I think that's the one Snyder's got right now. I think that's the car. He got that from Whaling Jennings. That's where that car came from.
How cool.
Wow.
Well, I'm very close
Small
to,
world.
yes, and sort of close to Willie Nelson.
Yeah. I never met him.
He's a character, but nice. I mean, my daughter-in-law worked for his wife. She had a school and a Montessori school, and the grandkids know some of my kids, and even there's good people all around us that people think are really bad.
Yeah.
We know how LBJ was, but meeting Lucy and Linda and eating dinner with them, and our kids and grandkids playing together. They're good people. They're just down home people. And I think that's why the starstruck thing never hit, because they're all just people. They've got a gift, yes, but in the end, we're all just people. We're all going to the same place.
I got to get going, Bonnie. Thank you for having me. It was nice meeting you, Zombie and What Life, everyone in
Nice to
chat.
meet you too.
All right, there, dude.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Have a good one.
So, do you know any of the Duck Dynasty people?
I'll tell you what. One of I don't even know how you would characterize him, not the uncle, but one of the sons.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what his name is anymore. We was friends on Facebook for a long time, and we communicated via Facebook. But we have actually talked to each other via Facebook and messages and stuff. But that's about as far as I've ever had any communication with any of that.
Oh, okay. Cool. They're good
But
people too.
yeah, I was whenever I retired the first time, I had a 29,000 square foot studio, hobby shop building, music studio shop building, whatever you want to call it, in
Oh
Mid
my,
City, New Orleans. And I kept that business for about 11 years. And I managed jazz, blues bands. I got involved in that a lot. But since then, I mean, that's been a while since I've
yeah.
had anything to do with any of that. But you know, I grew up in New Orleans. You know, I was born in a building, an upstairs apartment on a corner in Dauphine and Conti Avenue in New Orleans French Quarter. That's where I was born.
Oh wow.
And yeah, and I was born at home, me and my twin brother at the time. No hospitals needed.
Right.
But it's a different era,
Excuse me.
different place, different town. It's a whole different world now.
Yeah.
Same world, different people. That's what I say.
Lady Smith's asking if you knew Queenie.
Queenie.
I don't know who Queenie is.
I couldn't say.
I know
I help.
Queen Latifah.
I help. I still have a good close relationship with another friend of mine. His name is Ernie Vincent, and he's been a blues jazz artist musician in New Orleans for about 55 years. And then I used to go sit in because I'm a musician, uh, in a sense, and I would sit in with him every once in a while at the Chris Owens Club down on Bourbon Street, but that was just a rare thing to go in there and sit down with him and we would play music. But
Mm-hmm.
it's been a while. It's been about 12 years since I've done any kind of live entertainment.
Yeah.
I won second place on the stage in Nashville, Tennessee at the state fair. I won second place singing Freebird, not Freebird, but Leonard Skinner, Give Me Three Steps.
Cool.
You know, and I was 16 years old when I did that, so that's how long that's been.
So what instrument do you play?
I play all acoustical instruments.
Oh, okay.
Drums, bass, guitars, you know. I play the fiddle. I play all of the, I play string instruments, acoustic instruments.
Yeah.
There's a big story behind me. I don't talk about it much, but whenever I was a child, then my music teacher, my everyday teacher, and I don't want to sound like I come from one of them families, but my teacher that came to our house every day and teach, he was our teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a drummer, and he was on the Ralph Emery show in WSM TV station in Nashville. His name was Jerry, and he was a music teacher. He was my teacher, my private teacher, me and like 4 other people. Plus, he was a professional musician too.
Wow.
Jerry Arnold was his name. He was on the Ralph Emery WSM radio TV every morning at 5 during the week. And that's who my teacher was, my music teacher, my everyday teacher, my academic teacher.
Yeah. So you like the blues? I mean, blues and jazz.
Well, I'm more. I like heavy metal. Preferably. Yes. I'm a heavy metal person. I'm not country bunking. I feel like friends don't let friends listen to country music, but but I pretty much grew up in the music industry. My mother was great friends with Loretta Lynn, and whenever Loretta Lynn would be out on tour, my mother, Loretta Lynn's kids and me and my brothers and sisters, we all lived pretty much in the same neighborhood in the same houses. And my mother would watch her kids out of town while she would be out of town. And then my Aunt Barbara, she was the booking agent for Ryman Auditorium in Nashville. But I was actually born and raised in New Orleans, believe it or not.
Yeah, and that's why I figured that would be the music that you like the most, since that's what they play there. So Queenie,
Oh yeah, I play a lot of that music. That it's
yeah,
more of a Creole, traditional Creole music, but that's not for everybody, I guess.
I like it. Bruce asking if you ever worked with Harry Connick Jr.
No, I
No.
wouldn't have been that famous.
Queenie was, what did Lady Smith say? Worked closely with George Jones.
Yeah, my Aunt Barbara. You can read her book. She wrote a book about Jimmy Martin. It was Barbara Ruth. Her name is Barbara Ruth Stevens. Her last name is Stevens. Stephens, like Stephens with a PH. And she wrote a book about Jimmy Martin. That's my uncle. And that's my best regulation. That's my best thing to tell people is how they could pretty much see what I'm talking about is they can actually go and read the book. She wrote a book about it. And she actually did work with George Jones at one point, but I would have been just a little young, a youngster. I wouldn't have been aware of a lot of people. My mother accused my dad of having an affair with Kitty Wells, and it never was proven, but she says it was true.
Oh, wow.
I was like, wow.
Yeah.
But and then I remember George Jones from my childhood. My Aunt Barbara. I rode with her one night about 2:30 a.m. in the morning, and he hung out at a place called the Starlight Club on Dickerson Road inside Nashville, Davidson County. And I remember going over there a couple of times and actually being in the car with her while somebody drove his car home and she got him home. But that was just something. I guess if it would have been important, my parents wouldn't have never wanted me not to have remembered it because I couldn't tell you the details of it.
Right. Who
Just
is it?
normal.
It's James Brown that's from Augusta.
Yeah, James Brown's from the area.
Did you like him, Zombie?
James Brown?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like James Brown. He was unique.
Yeah.
He was unique.
Hey, Craig.
Everybody had their own sound. You didn't want to listen to everybody every day. I wouldn't want to listen. I like Elvis, but I don't want to listen to Elvis every day of my life.
Right. Well, that's my first husband was Beatles, his whole family Beatles, and that's all I heard. And so I don't listen to a lot of Beatles.
Hey, everybody knows the one if they've ever seen it. But I had friends of mine that I hung out with when I was kids. Their mother and dad had one of these big ass 4-foot by 4-foot velvet paintings of Elvis hanging in their living room.
And the shrine.
It was real. It was crazy.
Ode to Elvis.
Oh yeah, I had some other friends. My Uncle Jimmy, he had his 2 rooms in his house were completely carpeted. The walls and the floors with carpet, plush carpet.
Mm-hmm.
The walls
And
had carpet on them?
yeah. And he had his own recording studio inside of his house, and I remember when I was a kid, you could just run in there and we would run in there and close the door and we would just shout at the top of our lungs to see if the person standing outside the room could hear you,
Yeah. That's what I say. It's
But
for acoustics.
yeah, he was from around Mount Juliet, Tennessee area out there, Hermitage.
I bet that's a pretty good workout, vacuuming the walls.
I'm telling you, it was the style,
Yeah, that whole
I had a,
shag era, I guess.
I had a 72 Ford square body van, half ton, and it had shag carpet on the walls, the ceiling, and it had a little plywood cutout that you could crawl through that was heart shaped, you know,
Yeah,
and it was the style, I guess. All you needed was some old used carpet and a stapler and some plywood,
Yeah.
that's it.
but it was a shag wagon.
So Chessboard Study has something in common with you. Kitty Wells used to sit with them on New Year's Eve.
Yeah,
Yo,
Kitty Wells, we knew her quite well. She was a good family friend, her and her husband, and they lived out in Donaldsonville, Tennessee, right outside of Nashville. It's still in Davidson County, but it was considered Donaldsonville. And we would go over there for the Halloween party and sometimes a Christmas party. And that's where my dad came in, to where my mother swore that he had some kind of a affair with her, but that
Excuse
never really got proven.
me.
I think sometimes when people are nice to each other, they get accused of other things, is what I believe.
Yes. As long as no relatives have popped up out of nowhere. Think you're safe. I had yeah, that happened in the family step over there.
Yeah,
Billy.
they say in some places they say nothing says loving like nothing says loving like uh nothing says loving like dating your cousin or something like that.
Oh, no, that's
Mm.
Arkansas.
Uh, just because me and my cousins dated didn't mean we wanted to get married and have family, you know.
I didn't date any of my cousins.
Why go out when you can go down the hallway? That's what they say. But no, it's a real world out there, It really is. I think I think interesting stories. The most interesting stories I hear about people is their life stories. I think people's life stories are interesting. Some
Yes.
people think their life stories may be boring and simple, but in other people's perspective, they might find it amazing. You know what I mean? It's
Yes.
amazing.
I've enjoyed listening to your stories.
My cousins, Ray and I had like 4 of my cousins had their own band, and they went aboard. They would leave the port of Miami on Carnival cruise ship when I was a kid. And some people says, "Wow, that sounds interesting." I said, "Yeah." I said, "You think it's interesting until you find yourself as a young kid and a teenager on one of those big Carnival ships." But after the first couple of days, you're kind of figuring, when the hell am I going to get off of this boat? It's enough's enough. You run out of interest quickly when you're a kid.
Yeah.
But I remember the ashtrays. We had the ashtrays, and we had everything from the Carnival cruise lines back then when they were band members on board the ships. I
Cool.
said, that's a hell of a way to make a living, ain't
it? I've known people. One of my friends that I grew up with, she's a director for one of those cruise lines.
Yeah.
So I knew what was up with all that during COVID. Is what a mess.
I get it. I get the whole vacation thing, when you go somewhere and you don't really know anybody at all. You know, that's the best vacation there is. That's why they
Yeah.
call it a vacation. Send me a postcard, you know, those days. I think those days are over.
I know.
It's like
Well,
everybody knows too much.
yeah. The kids usually bring me a souvenir. Can y'all excuse me for just a minute? My
Nope.
daughter's learned something.
Sorry. Sorry.
I'll be right back. You still with us, Watt?
Yeah, yeah, I'm still around.
I'll be right back.
What's life? You're not talking too much. You're usually talking away.
Oh no, I'm just taking it all in, you know,
Listening to all that Georgia accent.
just taking it all in, thinking about everything, you know.
Oh yeah, man. I always loved Georgia, you know. Still do, you know. They got some of the best roads, you know, when I worked in that area, sometimes I would just go get in my old pickup truck and fill up the tank and just go for a ride in one direction for hours just across Georgia, the backways, you know. And
Oh
there's
yeah,
some things to be there's some good country out there and some great people. You know, some of the best people I ever met in my life was from Georgia.
oh yeah, I love it. Yeah, I was out and about in it today. They had a local festival downtown. I went down there for a few hours. It was nice.
Yeah, I know this, you know, the people I always met from down in them parts, they're all on one side or the other, you know. They all pretty much know what side they stand on. That's one thing I can say about the people of Georgia. They seem to know the sides that they stand on, and they stand on them.
Yeah,
Reminds me of Texas in some ways, you know.
ain't nothing wrong with that.
Last time I came down through Georgia, I was up on there's a place up there in Virginia. What was the name of that little place? It's anyways, it's over there. Oh, what's that name of that little old town over in there? Got it on the tip of my tongue.
Remember the part of the
Something.
state, the region?
Oh, it's I've got I've got an older brother that lives over there in shit, what is that town? Anyways, whenever let me think about where it's at. Wherever where is that place at? Vista View. Vista View. Is it Vista View? Vista View something, Virginia. And it's not very far from where that Highway 460 cuts across up through there and goes back into well, I took the back highway from Richmond, Virginia. I took the 2-lane highways from Richland, Virginia all the way down through Georgia, down through the south corner of Alabama.
Back.
And that was a good ride. Just 2-lane highways only, no interstate, just all
Yeah.
the way. And that was a pretty good trip I made across through there, just by myself, me and my dog. That
That's
ain't been
cool.
that long ago. That's probably been 6 years ago, 7 years ago. I had this old Ford F800, a real cool old 80s model semi truck. It's just a single axle, and we used it to haul a horse trailer with. And I had it stored up there in my brother's yard. And I wound up going up there after so many years and getting it and putting a set of tires on it. And I just drove it bobtail. It had a sleeper on it. And I drove it bobtail all the way from Richmond, Virginia to Foley, Alabama.
Mm.
It's a pretty decent, it's a pretty cool old ride, and it's an old Vantage truck and them old people, and it had a radio working in it, and people were just jawing about that old truck, and you know how I kept it clean. I kept it, always kept it in a place where it stayed clean. The paint was faded a little bit on it, but they said, "Man, that's a cool old truck,"
Yeah.
I wound up giving the truck to my nephew.
Kissoff wants to know if it was Ruckersville.
Ruckersville.
I don't know.
I
She
don't
said,
know.
Talking about Virginia.
I know it.
I'm thinking it was Vista View. I'm thinking it was it Vista View. It's high. It means the name of the little town means something, and I think it's Vista View.
Could be.
Vista View. I think it's Vista View. It's just a little small town right there. Is it it's not Gettysburg. It's what's that town in Virginia? I think it starts with a G or something like that. Before you get to Richmond, it's in between.
Galax.
Somewhere where they got it's a shit. I couldn't tell you now. Hell, it's been about 6-7 years ago since I've been up there, and that's where. But that's where I went. That's where my brother lives. Is in Richmond, and I went there, but I stayed at a house over in that town over there. But it's like 2 hours. It's 2 hours west of Richmond, and it's probably about 30 miles from the North Carolina state line there, up in that corner.
Yeah.
Chessboard's saying Buena Vista.
Alta Vista. I mean, Alta Vista. Alta Vista. Alta Vista, Virginia. Alta Vista.
There you go.
And it's real hilly, and it's real hillbillyish back up in there. They got lots and lots of good people, but it is indeed hillbillyish, because when I came back from Richmond, headed east, then I come back down a 2-lane highway and cut back down 2-lane highways. Man, I went up underneath the old railroad trestles, crossings underneath railroad tracks, where you think, well, I wonder if this truck's going to fit under there, but it did. But you didn't see any semi-traffic or anything on it. It's just simply back roads all the way down through North Carolina. I went through North Carolina, the corner of South Carolina, and then I hit Georgia. Somehow I hit Georgia over there, and I stayed through Georgia all the way across Georgia down to just before you cross over to go to you coming down through Georgia, you get down through there and you start to see that LaGrange where you can go to LaGrange.
Mhm.
So you can go to LaGrange and go out through, I think you come out over there towards Birmingham somewhere. But whenever I got to LaGrange, Georgia, then I stayed on the 2-lane highway south till I got over into Selma, Alabama. And then from Selma, Alabama, then I ran the old road, the old 331, or is it 331 down through Alabama, the 59 highway into Alabama. It's an adventure just to deliberately stay on 2-lane highways.
I love doing that. That's when we took a trip. That was our goal, to just stay on back roads.
And
That's
besides that, I'm driving a semi truck and I don't have commercial license plates good on it or anything. So I just took the scenic view to avoid all the state scales and all that kind of stuff.
right. Well, around here, they say it's against the law to drive on a 2-lane highway with a semi.
It's a 65-foot length restriction on most highways up in Texas, I think.
Okay.
It's 65 feet. It's certain highways, the farm routes and all that stuff that you're talking about. I think it still is to where your length is like 65 feet in length. But nowadays, the semi trucks now, you can, in Texas, you can get a 57-foot trailer behind a semi truck legally. And the standard length on a semi trailer now is like 53 feet in length. But I think you're still good as long as you're not over 96 inches in width and 60 something feet in length. You're still allowed to be on those certain highways in Texas.
Yes.
But most of the cattle trailers that you see, they're not that big. You know, they're not massive trucks.
True. Hey, Virginia. Hey, Cola. Oh.
Nice magic trick. Wow. Like dinner theater
Around here,
around these parts.
Lauren.
Oh man.
Good friend of mine had his t-shirt cut at LCD. Cut?
Yeah, I don't. I like to stumble up and I get the notification whenever your live streams on, Bonnie. I just sometimes I'm so busy, you know, and I say, well, maybe I'll get by there and say hello to everybody, you know.
Oh,
But
I
it just seems
understand.
like there's never enough time in the day sometimes.
Yes. Well, I'm
Oh,
glad you
man.
came up. It's been good meeting you and talking to you.
Hey, I'm the greatest thing since sliced bread, and don't you forget that.
Nice. I like sliced bread.
And if the truth don't set you free, then lie your ass off, and maybe you won't get in trouble for it.
Now let's see if she's with us. It wasn't connected the first time. Same problem Dee was having. Hey, Virginia.
Alakazam.
Oh, we hear you.
Okay.
Well, you got Kiss Off one over, Zombie.
Yeah. I think me and Kiss Off, we're secret lovers.
Ooh,
Nice.
But
That's
she gets a don't
not a secret anymore, though.
right.
Yeah, I know.
You're the
Kiss
center
Off, sweetheart.
bingo. Huh?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, Virginia.
It's all good.
I tried to get Bonnie to be my girlfriend on Rescue one day, but she wasn't going for it. She said she was already taken.
Hmm.
Happens to the best of us sometimes, you know.
I mean, you got to try. You know what I mean? You give up trying, and you give up.
Seems like I remember something like that, but I sure don't remember what my response was. I remember Rescue saying it out loud.
No, you said zombie. You're barking up the wrong tree. Did I remember that right?
That could
I
be.
think that's what it was.
Sounds like a quotable statement.
Wonder what you said before that to make me say that.
Oh, that wasn't no telling. It was just some gab shit in the damn chat, you know. Get some shit stirred up. And I think Rescue said, "Damn zombie, you always seem to come into the damn chat and say the right thing at the right damn time, don't you?" And then that's when Bonnie had decided that she did say that I was barking up the wrong tree. I would have to go back to the file 36 of 22 of 3703 to see what that said, but I'm pretty sure that's what it said.
Mhm.
You filed it.
Hey, I'll give everybody advice on this one. If the women don't find you handsome, they ought to at least find you handy, you know?
There you go.
Hey, a good handyman is hard to find.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's like that damn movie Life with Eddie Murphy.
Yeah.
Jingling, you know, jingling.
Jagalang, jagalang.
You need anything that's all for jingling.
That movie's a classic.
Oh yeah. Had that some bitch standing on them damn Coke bottles, you know.
Oh man, imagine doing that. Oh man.
Good officer, instigator.
What's that damn? They got a comedian over there in Georgia, and what is his name? Red, is it Red or somebody where they go around and he got him a slave boy. He goes up in the store and he calls all them other boys boys. You ever seen him? That comedian that does that?
Oh yeah. He does the whole gimmick, him and his sidekick.
Yeah, got the slave and everything.
Yeah. They get kind of It gets kind of
he gets
edgy. You're like,
yeah.
damn, what the hell's going to happen next? You know? Like, oh,
He's like,
you
who you
know.
calling boy? Who you think you calling
man,
boy?
like, yeah, it gets. Oh no, it
Hey,
gets
you
pretty
listen to
wild.
what Master's saying. Master's a good man. He's a good man.
Yeah, I have seen those skits. You know, it's like, damn.
Oh yeah.
Everybody
one.
acts different to that type of stuff. You know.
Oh yeah, man. I see some serious stuff. Sometimes I just look for it, you know, in the day. And the one I seen day before yesterday, I seen one where you got some far leftist thinking person. This guy is actually, and I was gonna put a link to it on the community page where it actually shows this guy instructing people how to make nail tire spikes to throw up underneath the ICE vehicles tires, you know.
Oh my
And I was
goodness.
like, damn, they're getting bold, ain't they?
Yeah. Especially whenever they go back and look at any kind of social media you have to use against you.
Yeah. Or the creeper factor, like just having pictures up from long or whatever amount of time. It's like, oh,
Hmm.
anyone in the
Oh
world.
yeah.
So, what was the name of that movie? Life, Life.
Yeah, Eddie
Yeah,
Murphy
got
and
Eddie Murphy,
Martin.
Martin Lawrence, Bernie Mac, uh, bunch of different comedians are in there.
I love Eddie Murphy.
Chessboard. You ain't right.
You go eat your cornbread.
I'm not sure if I saw Life.
I think you'd like it.
How
I don't
long
think I have
Oh
either.
yeah.
It's funny, you know.
is it
What?
older?
I be
Is
the
it,
fu- hey, hey, I be that baby's daddy.
How about it get? I forget when it came out. Maybe mid to late '90s, maybe
oh, so
somewhere
wow.
around in
It
there.
had to be.
It's like time based in a way. It takes period over like many decades, but it's like the rundown. Allegedly, they get pinched for the wrong crime, and of course, like the movie says, they're doing life at like a what is it?
Mm.
Like a work camp, like a prison work camp. You know, where they work and do stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, and it tracks their whole process and evolution of them doing life. You know, do they do life or do they get out? You have to watch the movie to find out.
Mm.
We'll have to
Yeah.
do a backstage movie.
Can't spoil it for people that ain't seen it, you know.
I
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot, so don't even ask me.
bet.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, all for his kingdom. Thank you.
Oh, yes,
And then I'll say that one part where old Bernie Mac can't read. Nobody can read. So Eddie Murphy's the only one that can read. So he's reading
yeah,
this he's reading this letter that somebody got like 2 or 3 years before, and it's telling him how his wife done went off and left him for another man, and it's all bad news, you know. And he carries this letter around in his pocket for like forever before somebody can actually read it to him.
Oh man, that's
that
fun.
was a wild scene. Yeah,
Mhm.
Ah, that's good stuff.
yeah, he was the only one in the prison camp that could read. So yeah, people would come to him once they figured out he could read. They'd bring him mail and stuff. Like, damn, he been carrying around this letter for 3 damn years.
Yeah.
Man, and he felt bad for reading it. You know, like, dang, why'd I have to be the only one here that knew how to read?
Right. Think of it this way, you're a free man.
Yeah,
I like the way you talk.
yeah.
Oh, I get it. I went to Wisconsin. When I would go to Wisconsin, man, and people would actually record me, you know, talking, and they would find it amazing, you know, like they would find your accent just, you know, intriguing, you know. And
Where's this
when I
at?
would like when I would go when I was working in that area, then whenever I would go, like into Canada, especially, you know, the people up there would just say, stop, just keep talking. You know, they was just
Yeah, we
amazed
probably
to
got
hear
a
you
whole
just say,
fan base up there we don't even know about.
Mhm.
yeah,
It's the
it's like
same
they
here.
get,
When
Yeah.
I was just when I would get people from England or something, or Ireland, I would just sit there and just want to listen to them talk. My friends from Sweden, the accents, I love accents.
Yeah, me too.
my dad worked in Europe in the army, and I spent 8 years of my life living in England.
Mhm.
And you know, when when I finally managed to come back to the States, one of my aunts that was in Detroit, she says, "You've lost your accent," you know,
Oh
or
no.
you have this weird accent. And it took me about 3 decades to get rid of it, and it's not lost entirely. I still use it in my vocabulary. Sometimes people scratch their head, you know, but I get accused of it. That Southern gentleman talk, you know, how they sounded, you know,
Yes.
but the dialects across the whole United States are just crazy. It's crazy, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I have family in Wisconsin, and
Wisconsin,
you can
up in
tell.
Wisconsin, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin. Yeah. With kind of that nasty.
And the guys that some of the guys I met that were from Missouri, they would say Missouri. You know, they would all say it the same way. It sounded the exact same, like they had the same voice, Missouri. I said,
Yeah,
Misery. You was raised up in misery?
Yep.
been there my whole life.
Your mama came from a place called Idaho.
So is yours, their sisters.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause you travel through a little north of where you're going.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you a funny one. I told this one on Lackluster Friday. I told this to some people, and Kiss Off laughed about it.
Sad.
Was I was working in the Marine Corps, and we were out on routines, and we had a few really good guys join the group, and the guy that just actually comes and crawls into it was an old model Humvee, the old models,
Hmm.
and it was basically an aluminum can. You know, it was an aluminum bodied vehicle, had an old Cummins diesel engine in it. And I get this guy, and he comes in there and sits beside me. And of course, at the time, I'm the sergeant. He gets in there with me, and I just look on his chest, and I said, you know, and his name was Head, Head, and it said R. It said R. It said R Head, you know, and I'm thinking maybe his name's Robert, maybe his name's something. But when he told me his name was Richard Head,
Oh,
you know, and I said, so you're so fucking private. You're so damn private that done crawled up in a damn Humvee with some sergeant, and you're telling me your name is Richard Head. You know what I mean? So his name, Dickhead, stuck with him for a long time. As far as I've ever known him, his name was Dickhead. But that's a true story. That's an actual true story. Dickhead.
how do people not think ahead a little bit, so to speak?
You know they did.
I think they did it on purpose.
Yeah, it was a social experiment.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
It's like, you know, old Richard Nixon, you know, Dick, Richard Nixon.
Yeah. Vicky.
But
I
I
have
didn't know how the heck they got Dick from Richard.
but I think
I
that's
don't
his.
see how it works.
Yeah, I don't know how that works.
I don't think his real name was Richard. I think his name was Dick.
Yeah, this guy walks into a bar, and he says, bartender, he says, I'd like to buy everybody in the bar a drink. Bartender goes down through there and sets everybody up a drink. A little leprechaun jumps up through there and runs down through there and kicks everybody's drinks over. The guy says, bartender, I'd like to buy everybody else another round of drinks, please. He sets the bar up. Leprechaun jumps up there, runs down to there, kicks everybody's drinks over. And the bartender says, hey, wait a minute, fella. He says, what's the story behind this damn leprechaun? He says, well, I was walking down the beach one day and I found a magic lamp. And I rubbed on the lamp and a genie popped out and he says, okay, he says, I'm going to give you one wish. What is it? He says, can I have two? He says, yes. He says, I guess I'll let you have two. He says, one's I want to be financially secure. And he says, and I want the biggest prick in the world. And he says, and there the little son of a bitch is.
Oh my goodness.
The story came up, Richard. That's what we did. That's a lot of my time when we would be out in the middle of the high deserts of the Serene, whatever. We would often get in trouble for having communications and telling jokes and misabuse of the radio equipment would get you kind of wrote up, but we would do it anyways. When you're sitting out there for days and days and days riding in the sun, you're going to learn to talk about something.
Yes, and try to find a little laugh in there along the way.
Oh, yeah.
I totally get that.
Mm-hmm.
I never laughed so hard in my life on that movie America, whatever that world police movie, the Bacalaka Street.
Spinoff, Team America or something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that. And it didn't come out till way after I was done with what I got done through with my life, and it didn't come out till after then. And I just sat down by myself and watched that video one day, and I just laughed hysterically. I said, it's amazing how accurate they was in some of the things that they talked about in that movie. It was amazing.
Hmm.
And
But it's a
you had to
cartoon,
find-
so you don't take it serious, but it's spot on.
yeah, it was funny. Yep. It's a small world.
It really is.
It's just got a lot of people in it.
Well, we're just kind of all spread apart.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of open space and then pockets of hella people. And I mean, in the open space, there's,
Yeah.
yes, I'm just saying,
Oh.
there's like this country driving around. It is huge. And you can go hours and not see a damn thing, like other than nature. No sign of human life.
Yeah. That's the way it is around here. Going to my son's. It's like, goodness.
Man, my adopted father, he was a pilot, and we still have reminiscences of planes that we haven't messed with in a while, but it's more of a low altitude prop driven aircraft, and you fly over these cities and stuff at night in one of those planes, and you realize how populated we really are. People don't really know it. They may drive for an hour in a vehicle, but it could be just 10 minutes in an airplane. But the lights that you see from up there are constant, It's just
Yeah.
constant. You're at that altitude, you could see street lights and little city town squares out in the middle of Nebraska, just out in the middle of somewhere where somebody think there was nobody around. And when you're looking down at it from up there, there's people all around you. You're far enough away from them to where you don't notice it, but they're there. there's not really that many. There's really not that many regions inside the United States anymore, other than some of the Southwest that you may encounter that, you know.
Yeah.
But it's pretty populated, you know. It really is. It's very populated.
In
Places where their houses may have been 5 miles apart, now the houses may be just only 1.5 miles apart or 2 miles apart, you know, but there's more people there for sure.
Yeah.
and that's what I hate to see. One of the ranches around here sell, and then they divide it up, and because I like the big ranches, it's kind of a covering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Buffer.
Yep, keep all the people.
I had a friend of mine, her family, her uncle and aunt and mom were from about 40 minutes east of San Antonio out there in Texas. And
Hmm.
we went out there every once in a while to see her mother, and man, you know, I can understand it. It's 4 or 5 miles down just 2 lane and a half gravel road, you know, to this day, you know, off the beaten track back off in there somewhere.
Hmm.
And I remember the it's the American Pie thing, you know. I mean, when we would go, just a certain time of year we would go. It seemed like 3 times that we went that we would go, that her nephews had actual baseball games at the little baseball field, and the time you would get in the trucks and go all the way out to the baseball field into the little town, it was like, damn, it was like a moment in time, you know. It's a different feeling for people.
Yeah,
No skyscrapers, no big city lights, just the lights of Texas.
yeah. We're real into our Friday night lights, high school football games,
Really?
baseball games. Yep.
I ran when I was working, and I know people say, "Oh, they don't know what to think about it." When I tell them that I worked for the Border Patrol, you know, and I would run from Brownsville, Texas, all the way to El Paso, Texas. Used to be my range, you
Mm.
know, and I ran the borders all the way from El Paso to Brownsville, McAllen, Farr, all the way across through there.
Oh wow.
And it's just working for customs. I worked for the customs part of it. I
Oh,
did, and then before that, I worked for the Tennessee, the THP, Tennessee Highway Patrol was I was actually a damn commercial vehicle enforcement officer there for a while.
Wow.
I never took anybody to jail, never arrested anybody, never did any of that. Just I did commercial truck inspections, driver inspections, that kind of thing, cargo
oh,
inspections.
what's the wildest thing you found that you can tell us about?
Mm.
Somebody with no bicycle seat, or
Good question.
I found I can't remember how many people I found stowed away inside vehicles.
no shit.
I found as many drugs as anybody ever wants to find.
Mm-hmm.
money, guns, people, children, pretty much same as nowadays, just more of an older school manner when they didn't have X-ray machines and all you had was your instincts. But then I worked the border road down there for about 14 years. Just a border road. It's just basically a partially paved gravel sand road that it goes the whole duration of the border. That was my zone.
And that's what I've been trying to tell people, that this has been going on forever.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's been going on, and what happened was technology. You know, technology. I mean, hell, you could be crossing the border down there a mile from where I would have been, and nobody would have ever seen you. You know.
Yeah.
You could be within a mile and not be seen, and at night, you know, they had night vision. You know, it's like everybody thinks that, but they got night vision. They got everything we've got. They can see at night. You know, they can do these things.
Yes.
The only thing that's came to be that's actually stopped them is the new modern border fence, the wall down there. But before then, it was just you had motorcycles, high powered 2-cycle motorcycles that could rip across that desert out there 80, 90 miles an hour. And you had somebody wearing night vision goggles that had 10 pounds of illicit drugs strapped onto their motorcycle. And if you can't see them, you can't see them. That's just the way it is. But the modern technology takes care of all that now. Used to be you had to have somebody out there looking for it.
Did you ever see the tunnels? I think they're mostly around Big Bend or in that area.
They still have tunnels they haven't found, you know. You're talking about, you know, there's tunnels that's been dug 100 feet down under the ground, and then under the fence 100 feet down, and hundreds of feet. You know, there's tunnels that's not been discovered yet.
Yeah.
You know, but they will be eventually.
I had a video sent to me about the tunnels under Dallas, and I think the deepest one is 175 feet. They go in levels and all under Dallas. And I was like, I never knew this. They've got movie theaters. It's like a whole other city underneath Dallas.
They're there.
Yeah.
You know, and they're there in Chicago. They're there in New York. They're there, you know.
Yeah.
They had them in Las Vegas, they say, for a while until the recent floods kind of wiped them out a little bit. But, you know, there's different folks for different strokes for different folks, I imagine. You can't accomplish the whole world. You can try to solve one little piece of it at a time. That's what I always did. I told that story to some people, and I mean, I found everything from unalived people intentionally, you know, where it's an intentional thing. And you never really, you didn't dawn on a lot of people until they recently, in the last decade, start really bringing it to be. But, you know, I've found people that's been unalived inside vehicles out there on the border for circumstances of who, you know, Who
Yeah.
knows? I found people. I found people and their children in them deserts, unalive, dead, not made it.
Oh,
And
God.
it's a brutal crossing down there.
Right.
You know, you get outside of the main crossings. There's 27 bridges that cross into the United States out of Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the places outside of those crossings, you either got to cross through a native reservation. And my main work was in the Rio Grande Valley, out in there. I worked the Rio Grande Valley for a decade. And you see all the goings ons. You you see people that's actually out there looking, and they've got people out there that look for bones, of people,
Mm-hmm.
and they find bones out there just almost every day that's been out there for 2 decades, just laying out there in the desert, because it's so
Yes.
vast. It's so vast that once a body gets to a certain point and the animals don't destroy what's left, then
Right.
it could be decades before they actually just visibly see you laying on that ground.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because there's nobody out there.
No desire to live in West Texas.
Yeah, you get up around the elbow of Texas out there, what they call the
Mhm.
armpit of Texas. And
Yes.
there's really, south of there, the population just in that a few of those counties out there, shoot, the population in some of those counties goes down to less than 50 people.
Yeah.
That's how sparse they are. And then when you get southern, you get past that, you start getting between where is it, 278 comes across out of El Paso into Amarillo. You get
Mhm.
south of 278 and where the I-10 corridor comes across down there, then you're in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
There's nothing out there, absolutely.
That's why I try to stay off I-10, because I know it's the main
Yeah.
transport.
Yeah. That brings back all kinds of memories there, Bonnie. I remember that I used to keep 2 of these big orange ice coolers, water coolers, in the back of my truck, just full of
Mhm.
cold water. I always had, I kept some of the army rations in there, and you would come across these people that had already done crossed that desert out there 100 miles on foot,
Yes.
and you're and I have to say, God bless their souls. They try.
Right.
But when you find them and they're underneath one of those old trees or underneath some brush, just trying to figure out if they're going to live or die, and you get a radio call on your radio and they give you a coordinates on the map, and you go to these people and they think you're their personal savior, all the cold water you can drink and a little something for your belly. I'm not going to dispute your claims. I just think that if you're brave enough to come across that desert, then you're brave enough for me to say, hey, what can we do to help you? Nope, that ain't good enough. You got to go, but good try. It's just, you can't, it's a mentality. I know people don't look at it that way, but whenever, it doesn't matter who you are. If I put you out there in the middle of that desert on a good 90-degree day, and you didn't have anything to drink for a couple of days, and I just happened along, you know,
Yep.
just be lucky that I found you. You know, that's what I tell people. And I told that in my stories before on some of these live feeds and stuff, you know, just I'm glad I found you. You know what I mean? Because
Yep.
I found hundreds of people in my career. Hundreds.
Mm.
You know, and until you've seen that, you can't judge that shoe until you've walked in it. So I try to tell people that. And I'm glad that they put a permanent barrier down there, then that makes life easier on the people that used to have to do my job, if you understand what I mean. And it
Yes.
makes life easier on the people that would have attempted it and probably wouldn't have made it because of it. And nobody really sees that when that old Donald Trump says that. It saved a lot of lives, you know, but then you have one side that says, oh, it's causing people to lose their lives. No, it's not. That's a
No.
complete pile of malarkey. They have to have an incentive to come to this country, and where it is if people says, okay, we're not supposed to hire you, we're not supposed to do this, and if they stop just giving them the incentive, then they won't come. People won't come to this country if they didn't have these incentives. You know, it's kind of like we're the cause and the effect all at once.
Yes.
So that's politics.
You have to create a cause to, oh, I'm going to fix it and make it all better.
Yeah. I can see if you're out in the middle of the Texas prairie and there's not a lot of population around, and you got 50 people that come from Mexico and they do a good job at ranching, and nobody else is wanting to go out there in the middle of the desert and do ranching work, and they are. That's a
Yes.
whole different story. That's a different story.
Yeah.
They've been doing that for what, 500 years?
Yes.
But
Yeah. I hate to see good people being picked up. I mean, they are good people. They're hard workers. They contribute to the communities. They own businesses.
yeah, but where people have to understand it, and I don't mean to sound that way, but if I transplant, let's just say I transplant 12 million people
Mm-hmm.
from Mexico just into Texas and keep them in Texas, then pretty soon it will ultimately affect the school systems, the social support systems, the doctor systems, the medical systems. It will
Yes.
affect all of this. So
Absolutely.
in the scale of it, your heart goes out to these individuals because, like Venezuela, I brought that up the other day. I've got a friend of mine. She was a dentist, and she migrated here from Venezuela as a dentist, and she can tell you all you want to know about Venezuela. The Venezuelan people, we have nothing against the Venezuelan people. And that's where people are sold. They demonize Venezuela because of their leader, Maduro. But you got to remember there's only 27 million people in the whole entire country of Venezuela, and only 2.4 million of them actually show allegiance with Maduro. And probably more than half of them have been tricked into believing that. You know, so you still got the vast part of Venezuela people that, I mean, that got nothing against Americans, and Americans should absolutely have nothing against them. If somebody came in and says, hey, I'm going to take all your riches, I'm going to take all your money, and I'm going to take your wealth out from under you, and you're going to live on the streets and survive, then the people of Venezuela, and it's a known fact, if you do your news research, you'll find all these articles and messages that's getting out from Venezuela to where they actually want the American people to come in and help them remove all of this tyranny from their country.
Yes.
So
It
it's in our
seems
best interest.
seems to be happening in a lot of countries right now,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
that they're standing up against their governments.
Yeah. It gets to a boiling point,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. I'm a believer in this. I believe that Americans, that's a different breed. A Republican and a Democratic, that's all in a person's belief. But when you go outside the beliefs of the Americans, we signed and entered a peace agreement with these government corporations and all of this good intention, but in the end, in that Constitution, we the people decide. It was made that way. So we should be neutral in it. We shouldn't hold preference to any two-party government. We should hold allegiance to being American, like it says,
Yes.
So they got to either honor their oath or they got to get out of the business, So that's where we're at,
I
The
agree.
only way I believe that, it's like we was talking about this just Friday, that just because somebody's out there harassing your federal troops and your people trying to do their job to try to solve some of these problems inside this country, and they said, well, the border, it's never going to be solved, then all of a sudden it is solved. It is solved. And I said that about a year ago. I said, well, when the Marine Corps and everybody else show up down there at that border and the total border is completely sealed, I said, people are going to come to a stark realization that yes, we can. But we have to put the right people in place to ensure our freedom under our flag, or we can hand it off to the next better corporation that's going to come in with their own interest, like making girls boys and boys girls and giving out condoms in the millions of dollars worth to third world nations. That's where we're at. And the pushback is painful. I get it. When you try to win back your country and you try to set your country back on the right track, then sure, you're going to get some pushback. Somebody's not going to like something about something, but in the reasonable thinking, it's like I say, if somebody come along and put 15 million people in your state and closed your state lines, how long would it take to essentially drain your economy? When then you say, well, ask Chicago, ask Illinois.
Yep.
It drained him, that mayor, it drained him, what was it, $800 billion in taxpayers' money to support them when they shouldn't have even been there in the beginning.
Right.
So it creates a vacuum, and it makes it hard for people like him to escape that vacuum. And now he finds himself trying to ask his taxpayers of a city to support another $1 billion bill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
Meanwhile, his mayor of Illinois at Chicago says, well, we need more money for lower impoverished families and lower income neighborhoods. And I'm like, well, you just went through $1 billion on somebody who's not even supposed to be in your city.
yes.
So what's it going to be, you know? So anyhow, it's a rabbit hole, you know.
Yeah, I think that was done on purpose to destroy those cities, actually.
You know,
I mean,
who's
putting
to
them up
say?
5-star motels.
And then you got the conspiracies of saying, hey, you know, let's just say Donald Trump and the governor of Illinois and the mayor of Chicago and the mayor of Memphis and everybody else is deliberately playing the bad guy so the administration could get their way, but their way could possibly lead to other things, you know. And it's not outside possibilities, because why? It's a known fact. We don't have a Democratic Republican parties. We have uniparties, you know.
Yes.
So I mean, they may sit on different aisles, but they share the same buildings. If people understand what I mean,
Yeah.
they're in it for the success of their business, their government office, and their planning and corporate developments and stuff inside their nation. That's one of their firm beliefs in what makes their nation strong. And somehow we, the people, we get thrown by the wayside, but we're the ones that get used up for a tax cow, essentially. If we didn't support it, they wouldn't exist.
Right.
And then Hancock and Adams and Jefferson and all of them, they talked about that in the meetings that they had previous to the signing of the constitutions. And it was a fear that they had that a leadership would move in and they would use that leadership to finance armies and government to overthrow the people in which held the power. Thus, whenever Benjamin Franklin and them arose from the signings of the original independence, he says, welcome. He says, you have a Republican as long as you can keep it, you see. And those were serious words. And we don't take heed by that.
Yeah. So that's Monday nights. We're learning the Constitution because, so the thing is now, how do we flip it back? Because right now the government is in full control of everything.
Well, see, here's the thing, Bonnie. It's like whenever you say you're learning the Constitution and people around you and your constituents are learning the Constitution, it's sort of like it's in front of your faces.
Right.
It means that you all have to understand that you have to, at least for 2 days a week, give up the comforts of your life. And when you got these people out here throwing sticks and rocks and breaking windows on ICE vehicles and protesting inside of fronts of government buildings, then by God, you have to be out there. The only way they're not going to be out there is by Americans being out there, you know, and saying this don't cost anything but gas and have ice water and some potato chips and be there. Because all you see on the national news is you've got these piece of crap protesters out here giving these law enforcement agencies a hard time. But where are the Americans? Where are they at in all of this? Where are they at in their peaceful protest, their peaceful counter protest? Where are they? They're not down there protecting what they voted for. Well, Trump says he wants to get all the illegals out of the country and they can come inside the country the right way. But as soon as that starts to happen and these ICE vehicles and these federal agents start showing up in these cities, well, where's all the people that voted for it? Where are they at? They're at home in their comfort zones watching their iPads or whatever they got, and they're watching these fools go down here and assault our officers of our law. enforcing the laws that we said we were going to enforce. But they're standing down there by themselves in the defense of it while some punk throws shit at them, spits on them, harasses them, cusses them, Antifas, all of this crap. The only reason that they're there is because the American people refuse to be there. You know,
Because they're
they're
afraid of getting arrested and going to
No.
jail till
no,
forever.
it's not. There's nothing to be afraid of going to jail in a peaceful protest. The fact is that's our American spirit. If we all would have turned, tucked, and ran with our tail between our legs against King Edward, then we'd all be speaking English at this point.
Yes.
But the fact of the matter is it takes a whole country to have a whole country.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and whenever the support of the people falls there with our ICE agents, our federal officers, our marshals, our people that's trying to handle this and get our cities cleaned up, then it's up to us, the biggest private standing army on the planet, to reinforce our troops. And that's where everybody's wrong. Oh, we're going to get arrested. We're going to get in trouble. Well, what would you get in trouble for?
So you're talking about
nobody-
militias?
It means people should get out there on these streets with their people and tell these lefties for rainbow, turn your children, turn your society into something you want, to go home. Go home. It's already been happening. You just got to look around. You'll find it. It's been happening to where some of these Antifa wannabes has been having their butts spanked and sent down that sidewalk in front of law enforcement. People have to see that. They have to see the people that went up here to this Charles Memorial and kicked over the flags and stuff and got their ass slapped down, kicked and stomped. And then later the police drag them off the sidewalk and arrest them. You know, you have to stand with what you believe, because if you don't, then they're just out there fighting for themselves. And that's what I felt for 14 years, Bonnie. I felt that way about working for the Border Patrol. I felt that way. So nobody can come along and feed that shit to me. You feel like you're alone out there. When you take 300 people off the desert and then the very next week, 300 more people show up and there's nothing anybody's doing about it. They just keep coming and they just keep coming. You can't keep 10 million people out of your country when you're the only people standing out there in the middle of the desert to do it. That's why we had to build a wall. That's why we had to put private contractors in there to build that wall. That's why we had to do all these things. It takes the American people to be Americans, quit whining, quit being a bunch of, scaredy cats, and put yourself out there and take back your country. That's what that means.
I agree.
And it's presidential orders,
When that's first started, when they started letting them all in, people were like, "You're in Texas. What are you doing?" Well, I'm just one person, not completely 100%. And what am I going to do when I go down there? Really and truly. Like, I can't do it alone.
You stop down there and you get people to come up with it. And this is from my experience. What would have made me feel the greatest in the world was for somebody to came down there, a group of ladies and guys, and set up some grills and have some hot dogs and some hamburgers and some cold drinks, to support their people.
Yes.
You're not coming down there to run people back across the border. I've seen that. That's not anybody's job. That's the people that the job is the given job to do is for the Border Patrol and the INS to do that. But to just ignore them, let them do it. Let them take the trash out. Let them take the trash out. You go over to a state park, you take your trash out of your picnic area, you put it in a trash can and you forget about it. You get in your car and you go home. Why? Because the guy that goes around and empties all those damn trash cans is the least one that feels important. Nobody wants to make these people feel important. Nobody wants to make these ICE agents feel important. Nobody wants to make these people feel like their jobs are important, but they're voting it in. Oh, make America great again. You know, seal that border, build that wall. They chant all this stuff, but they show no support, none. It
Yeah.
would mean the world, believe it or not, if you yourself, Bonnie, if you put 12 packs of good hot dogs in the trunk of your car and some way to grill it and some cold drinks, and you go down there to that border and you say, hey guys, at the Border Patrol, I'm grilling out food over here just for you guys today. Just say I appreciate you. Watch who shows up, you see, and watch how many pats on the backs and hugs you will get from that, just to make somebody feel like they mean something, to where their jobs are not meaningless. That's what America needs. Americans, not somebody to sit around and try to figure out how to solve it on their computer screen, because that's not the way the real world works.
That's
And
what's
I
said.
don't mean that's a rant, you know, that's sort of a rant that I've got, but that comes from the core of it.
And I
The core.
understand.
If somebody can't say I did that for 14 years, I'm not going to tell you every detail about what I did, but what would have been important for me to have somebody come up behind me every once in a while, give me a pat on the back and say, good job. Thank you for the job that you do. It don't happen as often as it should. And we got our men out here being assaulted in front of these INS stations and stuff inside this country by third right freaking lefties that want to turn your little boys into little girls. So now you can live with that. You know what I mean? What does it take to be an American? And when people come along and say, hey, this is what it takes to be an American, they just like, well, that's over with. I guess I'll go see what's on the next channel, you know?
Yeah.
I wished I had the finance to put people aboard airplanes and bring them into these places and say, hey, let's go out here. Let's grill some hamburgers and some hot dogs and some apple pie for our soldiers that's out here removing these gang members, this violence off the streets. Why? So our children can have a future. Well, I don't worry about it because my children don't live in that city, so I got nothing to worry about. That's their mentality. Let somebody else take out the trash. You know, so that's where it's at. And coming from me, that's what I think. Sometimes they just expect for you to take out the trash, and as soon as somebody don't take out the trash on time or the way they want the trash to be taken out, then they get ridiculed. So hopefully that'll change. You know, everything people voted for, everything people believed in when it came to Donald Trump and the administration and everything, making America great again. Well, they didn't get 100% of the brief. It would mean nothing in the world better just to go out there and do something nice for the people that's out here trying to get this off your streets and out of your society. Instead, they allow people to go down here and demean these people for this. You know,
Right.
it's like it's like the person that's trying to stop the devil from getting inside your church is the one getting he's the one getting in most trouble about it. You know, he gets ridiculed the most. So I don't know. I know what I believe in. I know I'll be there. It's like I told Rescuing them the other day. I'm not a prepper like people think. I don't have time to do much prepping. I'm in the trenches and I'm on the front line whenever that day may come. I don't have somewhere to go hide and hope I got enough food and stuff to make it. I'm going to be right there on the front line in the trenches. Somebody's got to be fighting. Somebody's got to be on the front line. You
Yes.
know? So, Paul Revere, that's who I like to be, like Paul Revere. I just try to tell people I try to tell people the truth based on my experience. And when you sit on that job for 14 years and you take on a certain mentality like it's meaningless, it doesn't mean anything to anybody, even if it means something to you, it still doesn't mean anybody to the people that you serve. You got to understand that. Some people like me, I felt like I serve my countrymen. You're not there to serve me, but every once in a while, the people that do that job deserve a greater pat on the back. And it doesn't always come from people like Donald Trump. They got a busy schedule. They don't have every day to go down to the border. They don't have every day to go to the INS holdover facilities. They don't have any time to do that.
Right. But it
That's up
didn't
to
do
the
any
people.
good when they came to the border. The senators went down there. They saw a dead body floating in the river. They saw it. And nothing happened.
They left. And then they left.
Then they left.
What happened to the people that had to give it out? Who got the body out, and who went over there and says, well, I appreciate you guys doing this, because nobody else seems to have the capabilities to do this job.
You're right. So Chessboard said, take on January 6th.
Yeah. I want to have a baby, but I don't want to be the one to have to change the diapers. That's what it amounts to. So I think that whenever I cross paths with somebody, I'm liable to stop and say, hey, you guys want a cold glass? You guys want a cold bottle of water or something? You guys need anything? That's my question to them. It always is. And I run up on some of those guys sometimes every week. You guys need anything, let me know. Oh, sir, you don't have to do that. Well, who says I don't have to? And that's the problem. We can't pull together as a nation to get something done because of our own personal comfort zones. As meaningless as it sounds to some people, a fucking good home cooked hamburger and a hot dog and a cold drink around some good hospitality means more to your American troops than any president or any congressman or any senator can throw out there. I guarantee it does.
Yes.
And people don't see that. That's how you create strength in your country. That's how your people become stronger. They get more united, and then when you got to have dedication. That's the number one word. You got to be dedicated. You got to make up your mind that that's what you believe in. That's what you're going to be dedicated, and stick to the cause. Don't change the channel because you don't like the content.
Chessboard would like to know what your take on January 6th is.
Well, outside of the little things that was getting broke and damaged, I don't think that building that was entered belonged to anybody but the people that entered the building. It belongs to all of us. Outside of the damage, then I feel like it's our American right to go in and say, hey, I don't care if you say we can be in here or not. You work for us. This is our Capitol. This is our Senate building. If we want to come in here and sit in one of these chairs that nobody's sitting in and listen to what you people have to say, I don't think that they should not have the right to do that. It is public domain. When the government agencies and the government in general decides they got secrets to keep from the people, that on everyday events, you know, to
Yes.
try to tell people, oh, we're voting this bill in. But by the way, Nancy Pelosi's going to get $2 or $3 billion for a train that goes through her district. In the
Mhm.
in that little small paragraph, you know, the hidden facts of money, you
Yes.
see. But I could see it if we had a new submarine that we didn't want our enemies to know about. But when we have billions of dollars being squandered to this part of this government and this part of this government, and we wind up thinking what it was supposed to be for, and then all of a sudden we find out that the governor in this state over here just got 2 new helicopters. The
Yes.
governor over in that state just got 2 new airplanes. You know, the
How are they?
president just gets a brand new Air Force One,
Yeah.
billions of dollars. It's kind of like, we're not here to buy you a company car. You know, we're here for you to lead the country. And the salary behind it, they say, oh, he donates his salary. Well, then we need somebody in there that needs to be able to say, hey, I need this money. I work for this money. I earn this money. Not somebody to say, well, I can just donate this to charity. See the arrogance in that.
Yes. And how does someone making 200,000 a year be multimillionaires?
I hate to say it, but Donald Trump profited about $6 million, $7 million in wealth, $7 billion in wealth in his first administration. You see what I mean? In his
Yes.
personal wealth gain. His personal wealth gain was like $7 billion in his first administration. I can understand that his popularity drove to his influx of income, but were you more worried about the $7 billion or the state of your nation and your country? Which one is it? Give us a definitive answer. I'm not
Yes.
gonna say, oh, everything Trump does is fantastic. Everything he does is great. Ha ha ha, look at him. He's out on the golf course today. Ha ha ha, look at him. Him and Melania, they're going over here. Ha ha ha. Look how much fun they look like they're having. No, I'm expecting him to do his job, because the first time he doesn't do his fucking job, I want his ass out of that fucking White House just like anybody else does. You know?
Yep.
I
What do you
don't
think?
hold him to be anything except for a man, and in that man he's supposed to be the voice of the people that put him there. You know, the 80 something billion.
Yes. What do you think about? Well, now I forgot. I'll be daggone. It's a military operation. That's what Bruce said. It's a military operation. Well, that just flew out the window.
Well, that was the military operation. So point proven, Brew.
I mean,
Wiped your memory.
the Trump administration and the Department of Defense and all their local movement back towards Afghanistan. People's got to learn to look at the big picture. Whenever you have the world's biggest opium suppliers, heroin, if anybody don't know what that is, it comes from the Middle Eastern regions, primarily Afghan regions. You know, and then I had a discussion several months ago with another guy that included Syria and some other stuff. And I said, well, and I kind of backed him up. I said, well, hold on, man. I gotta tell you this. I'll put one acronym in there, and it's going to be Colonel. And then the next acronym is going to be Zombie. And the next acronym is going to be Syria. So don't say that I didn't warn you about my knowledge.
So what do you
You
think
know,
about the dual citizenship of our government? That's what I was going to ask you.
Good question.
well, it was never meant inside the original founders' beliefs. It wasn't inside their beliefs that they should go out and hire the most wealthy man and productive men in their community to represent the community. It was for the common men and women,
Yes.
you know, to where like we got that epidemic problem right now, like in New Orleans, the one that's being indicted on criminal charges, Latoya Cantrell. She's not a native of Louisiana. She wasn't born and raised in Louisiana. She has her college education from another state outside of the state. She has no connection to the people of the state, but they choose to elect her as the mayor to represent the city. Now, how much sense does that make?
Right.
Whenever you try to say, hey, I'm going to elect this person to be the mayor of my township, and he's just a newcomer, or she's a newcomer to the township and she doesn't know the people. She only knows one or two people that caused her to move to the area, but she doesn't know the whole entire township. She's not homegrown to the region. So how do you expect anybody who's not how do you say that? You know, they have to be part of their local society. You know,
What
you
about
can't be
Yes.
can't be an outsider. You can't understand what goes on down at the school and the local fire department, and you can't understand all of that in a little town in Kansas if you're from New York City.
Exactly.
You know,
But with dual
so
citizenship, I think of the majority of our representatives having dual citizenship, mostly with Israel. There's also other spots also. That's what I think of with that question. Yes, I agree. They should know the local area they
it's
represent.
it's political poison, which means it's called guilt by association. It means that if you know, it's guilt by association. And depending on how big the association is depending on how big the guilt is. How complex is it? If you have 5,000 people that have dual citizenship and work inside the government of the United States, well, then that's 5,000 people more that it puts in bed with Israel when it comes to these conflicts about humanitarian causes. You know,
Yes. It makes you question their loyalty to the country here.
and it's sort of like I don't think, you know, I think that the standing between the American hostages, okay, multiple presidents inside our history has already stated this. One, some of them say we don't negotiate with terrorists. We don't negotiate with hostage takers.
Right.
We don't negotiate. Okay, if I said, hey, Bonnie, you went to China and you and your husband all of a sudden you got kidnapped. And then people that kidnapped you called me and I'm the president and they said, hey, we're going to give Bonnie and her husband back to you guys for X amount of dollars. And you know what I would say, and it would sound cold, I would say, well, how did Bonnie and her husband wind up in China? Was they on vacation? Well, yeah, they just decided to voluntarily go over there on vacation. So then you say, well, shouldn't the risk go on them? You don't realize this. You don't realize the freedom of the country in which you live in until you travel to another country. That's the way they say that. You're subject. I mean, you could go. Anybody could get on an airplane and say, "Hey, I want to go on a trip to South Africa and see South Africa." Well, those trips do go sideways, and then eventually somebody may wind up in Syria. Somebody may wind up in Somalia. You know, as a hostage. You know, it just happens. So it's a
Well,
full-time job. It's a full-time job on the planet for these diplomatics people to go around and say, hey, we got to negotiate with these sausages. We got to negotiate with
we
these
do
sausages.
that too, though, because it's there. I mean, we've seen a couple of prisoner swaps lately. We've seen a few things go down. The U.S. holds assets just the same as any other country, and we use that as leverage. So there's a whole
Yeah.
bunch should not be happening, you know, shouldn't, but it is.
I mean, just they people go outside of, I mean, if you hear it and it's outside of the major news media outlets, if you go, this is what I tell people. It's called the World Wide Web. If you're going to say, hey, did you hear what I heard on the news? And I'm going to say, hang on a minute. Let me check this. So I'm going to Google the fact. And if it takes me 5 hours to read every single detail of the 10 minutes that you didn't get, if it takes me 5 hours to read it, and I'm liable to come back and say, well, you know, you got the tip of the iceberg, but I think you might need to read into that a little bit further before you make any more statements.
Well,
Just
where do we
because,
draw the line? Because it's perfectly fine to be dual citizen with Israel or anywhere else for most of them. These swaps, we do negotiate. That does happen. And so where's the line? I mean, I can see some instances that are possibly acceptable. But it's kind of looking more and more common.
I mean, a lot of people don't believe it about the finances and the armor and the weapons and everything, and then they bring up a name and I say Ronald Reagan, and they say, what do you mean? I say, well, how do you think Saddam Hussein got into power?
Yes.
You think he just inherited it? No, Ronald Reagan gave armaments to those people and armed them, helped them build their army to invade Kuwait. You understand that? People don't really know that, but that's a fact.
Yes, I understand. I think most
But
of
then, whenever you go into a country like Israel and you say, hey, we're going to help you develop the Iron Dome, it's like a child on a new four-wheeler or something. They're not allowing anybody to drive it. They just want everybody to see it and how fast and how powerful it is. And they want to subdue people with that. They're invincible. They're invincibility. They're invincible. You know. And then to hear the people, you know, it's like, okay, let's talk. We either got to say bad things about the people of Gaza, or we're going to say good things about the people of Gaza. Half of the population of the earth says, oh, Gaza is living in an open air prison. And then the other half says, oh, no, they're not. They're taking the plumbing pipes out of the shipments that they're using. They should have used for their infrastructure and using that to make improvised weapons against Israel. Okay. The fact of the matter is it's always been what they call a tribal war dispute over those lands.
Yes.
Between the Israelite people and the Palestinian people. It's always been a turf war. And one time that it used to be mass populated by the Palestinian people, then we, the United States and Europe and Britain and all of us, we said, okay, all of the Jewish refugees and all the Jewish races upon the planet that Hitler's trying to get, we're going to put you over here and we're going to make you safe inside this land and we're going to give you a place to be. And all of a sudden, and people don't want to know this, ever since that moment, Israelis have been pushing more and more and more in on the Palestinian dynasties, the lands, the outer regions of that. They keep pushing
Yeah.
more and more and more into the other borders when it wasn't necessarily agreed to. And the same thing happened over there in Ukraine and Russia and Poland. During World War II, when the line went right through Berlin, Germany. See, that's how far it went to the east.
Mm-hmm.
Then they said, well, okay, we're going to establish Russian territory, USSR, you see. And then all of a sudden, whenever they allowed for Poland to slip away and go into NATO, and then they allowed this country to go to NATO, and when they was originally agreed to be in the provinces of Russia, I think that, in my personal opinion, that Russia's been more than giving. Since the German Empire that tried to destroy all of Europe, including Russia, and the point that at one point they wasn't even allowed to have a military force until the United States and NATO got back involved, and then they eventually were able to have another army again. But before then, that's what it was all about. That's what made Hitler Hitler. It's because Russia trusted Hitler enough to have him build air bases inside Russian territory, outside of the reaches of NATO. And it wasn't NATO back then. It was called something else. I can't even remember now. I'm getting old and stupid, but the fact of the matter is even after World War II ceased fire had been established during World War II, the Russian soldiers in Russia and Stalin, they fought on for like 2 more months into China territory to claim up as much of the Chinese land as they could before they finally had to stop, you know. But the fact of the matter is that's proof, you know. Stalin found himself in bed with Adolf Hitler until Adolf Hitler turned against him. You see, that's the way it went. Then the British Empire had to step in there and shake hands with Russia to be able to defeat Germany. And then the American Allied forces had to intervene also to push them back. But it wasn't anybody's fault, was it? You know what I mean? It was. People they deny their history. They do. They deny that Pisces, we brought up the Pope earlier, Pisces the 11th in 1930 was being pushed into what they call the accordion agreements between the Third Reich and the Vatican State, the highest church on the planet with the most influence. Pisces the 11th pushed back on the idea, but soon after he died in 1931, I think, or 1928, I can't remember. He passed away, and his advisor, his head man, at that time to Pisces the 11th, he became Pisces the 12th. And then once he became Pisces the 12th, he met with the Third Reich and the leadership and Adolf Hitler, and they signed what they called the Concordian Agreement. That was to protect the Catholic Church from the effects of World War II and the Third Reich. And it was also deemed inside the same agreement that Nazi priest would be allowed inside that Third Reich. So that's what the Catholic Church did to save their asses from Adolf Hitler. You know, they sacrificed.
The same powers are still in power. They're just more. They're even more aligned. And I think that's the whole point of what we're seeing go on is essentially world regions and alliances and, you know, kind of like the Hunger Games 12 or 13
Yeah.
districts or whatever, but it'll be worldwide. We're watching that formation now.
You know, I got nothing against anybody's but religions, but please don't come up here and throw this this religion on the table that it's the best thing since sliced bread to me, because I'm going to say, well, you know, I'm going to agree to disagree with you, because if it hadn't been for the Catholic Associated Church and the Vatican of Rome, perhaps millions of people wouldn't have lost their lives. And then after the demise of Adolf Hitler and the Third Reich, the Catholic Church held close association with paperwork to be able to get some of the Nazi leaders out of the country into safety outside. Listen, outside of prosecution
Yeah.
of the world forces, they
And the
protected
United
these
States did
people.
the same thing. How many did we hire?
I was going to
Yeah.
say that from here.
Yeah.
And then we gotta say Operation Paperclip.
Uh-huh.
You know.
Mm.
Facts.
And then as recent as like now, there's people that were being admonished up in Canada in the Parliament by Justin Trudeau, and they were actually members of the Third Reich, German army. You
A
see,
lot of the people are related, you know, if you really get into genealogies, there's a handful still alive. Like Soros was alive during the Holocaust. He was pretty darn young, but
I don't think the fruit fell very far from the tree when it came to some of those.
This is families, like everything, like families.
Yep.
Yeah. And you hear that, nothing would do none of these families any more justice as for their belief in their great granddaddy or their granddaddy or their daddy to be brought back. You know, the glory of their days, you know,
Yes.
when they was killing Russian soldiers and American soldiers and Jewish people in death camps. Nothing would please them better.
Yep.
It's just they put a different name on it, you know. And it's like me and what we touched base on that last time we had a discussion. It was about the Georgia Guidestones,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and
Yes.
how it designated it in different languages for all of the different people on the planet to an extent, and how many people should live and how many people should die to make the planet back whole again, you know, to annihilate us down to, I think it was like what, 500 million people.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I mean, people really better just kind of start looking at the big wide world, you know. And if this is the last chance we have to make our country as close to being free as we can, it could be our last. You know, we could have the rainbow crowd. We could have the rainbow crowd move in 3 or 4 years, and it never changed after that. And we just gave it up without a fight. So we got to be willing to fight for it. We got to stand beside our men. We got to stand beside our soldiers. We got to push forward with what we believe in, because once they think they're free, they say, well, we're free. I'm glad I live in a free nation. No, you don't, because freedom ain't free. If you don't fight for your freedom every single day of your life, then you're not gonna have the sensation of freedom. You know, you're just gonna be lost. You're just gonna be lost in the crowd somewhere. It's not gonna have any meaning. I've got 2 grandchildren. One of my grandsons turns 3 years old today. It was his 3rd birthday today. And my granddaughter's 7 years old. And people that don't understand that, you can crawl up inside whatever it is you call your world, but if there's something that's going to mess with my grandchildren and their freedoms, the same freedoms that I was brought up with, then they're wrong.
Right.
You know,
We fight for the
Pride-
future.
pride,
generations.
pride from my cold, dead hand. You know. So I mean, that's how it is. Somebody's got to stand up and fight. Somebody's got to defend their women and their children and their life, their way of life. If there's no way of life left to protect, then drag us all into the bowels of hell. That's where we'll be.
Yep.
It takes more than one.
It
Like you
definitely,
said, what good would you do if you went down and tried to do anything by yourself? Well, I would give myself a pat on the back and say, well, at least I gave it my best shot. That's what you got to do. You got to give it the best that you can do, not what based on what everybody else can do. What can you do? Maybe if what you're doing is a good thing, people will follow with you,
and that's true. It just takes one to stand. You're right. Or others follow.
If I ever get in trouble for saying any of these things online, I'm going to tell them Bonnie said to tell them that.
That is diabolical.
Everybody
She
does.
she had a gun pointed to my head and made me read it from a script.
Mhm. Sure.
All right.
But
I'm gonna.
it's as simple as that. It's been good having a conversation with you guys again.
It's
Maybe
been
we can
having
have a conversation again.
absolutely. It's been good having you up here. I'm gonna close it if you want to stay backstage with us, and put the link if anybody else wants to come backstage.
What are we gonna do?
Uh,
I thought you said you was a married woman. What's that backstage?
never said I was married.
We got dressing rooms and stuff back there.
There's the link if anyone wants to come backstage. Thank you all for being here. God bless you and have a good night.
Good night, all.